Good morning, boys and girls. How are we all doing today? Welcome, welcome. Oh, big news day today. Big news day today. Well, big news day yesterday, let's be honest. Not necessarily today, but yeah, we have a launch date at last. Thank God. Turns out that the launch is going to overlap with the WoW anniversary. Yeah, weird one. Weird one. The big question, though, let's be honest, the big question about that is it going to overlap with the experience boost? That's what people really want to know. I would be absolutely amazed if Blizzard would let the experience boost from the 16th anniversary overlap with the launch of an expansion. I can't imagine that to be the case, but hey, we can always hope. Morning, boys and girls. Morning, boys and girls. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Time to move my bank alt from Orgrimmar. Yes, with the Scourge invasion coming, it may be sensible to get your bank alt somewhere a little bit safer. But yes, we'll have to see. Paul Nash, good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. My coffee club bros, shout out to you all. Thank you very much. Support is very much appreciated. Wow, yes, so with I briefly touched on this obviously yesterday in my launch announcement video, but it does mean that we have maybe 2 weeks left to sort of play around with the beta properly before we're going to put the beta to bed and be like, it's done now, it's time to actually play the game properly. Which means that, yeah, we've got a lot to do on the beta. There's a whole bunch of things I want to retest, because the theory is now that virtually everything in the game should be how it's going to be when the game goes live, or at least very close to. I've seen a lot of sneaky changes come into the beta over the last sort of week. A lot of them are undocumented, which is kind of annoying, but we need to just do one last lap of everything, primarily finish off all of the deep dives on the professions. Ultimately, I've only got through 2 of them so far. We were prepared to do a deep dive on enchanting until I realised it was completely broken, and I'm going to wait and leave that one a little bit more time and hope Blizzard do something about it. But so we're going to look at a few of the professions today. Probably going to be the crafting professions, as I can somewhat learn a lot about them all in one go. That'll be tailoring, that'll be blacksmithing, that'll be leatherworking. That's what we're going to look at today. You guys may have also noticed I am in the Queen's Conservatory. Why am I in the Queen's Conservatory again? Well, a little birdie tells me there's been a few subtle changes to the item drops here as well. And considering I've sort of quite heavily pushed the theory of going Night Fae for the purpose of gold making simply on the premise of this Queen's Conservatory, I want to make sure the information I get out to you guys is accurate. So we'll be doing a little bit more testing. Let's catch up with the chat. What's going on? I'm kind of skeptical that they will polish Shadowlands until release a little. WC3 Reforged was delayed as well, and it ended up being pure dog shit. Although I don't disagree with that, one thing I will say is that Blizzard have considerably more riding on the success of Shadowlands than they did the revamp of a 20-year-old game at this point. The likelihood that Blizzard are going to mess up the Shadowlands launch and Shadowlands as an expansion as a whole is very, very slim. I'm fingers crossed. I'm hoping that all of the bugs and everything that are being reported in the beta right now, I'm hoping that Blizzard are already way ahead. It's already been proven a few times that Blizzard's internal version of the game is a good 2-3 weeks ahead of what we actually get to play even on the beta. So any reports that we're giving Blizzard, for the most part, they are already aware of it, and in a lot of cases they've already fixed it. But they're using the beta just to find those sneaky few things that slip through the net. That's basically the plan. And as a massive fucking marketing tool, let's be fair, giving people access to the beta and then allowing people like myself to go out there and stream it, make videos on it, make content on it. It's all free marketing. It's all free advertising for the game. That is primarily the reason why they're going to be doing it. The 16% XP boost will be probably active in old content, but not in Shadowlands. That's a solid theory. I can't imagine they'll remove the 16% bonus experience just because we've had a launch, but that does sound like a sensible way that they would do it. You step foot into Shadowlands and the XP boost disappears. Yeah. Have you considered which parts of the Sanctum to upgrade first via Anima? Well, the main function of the Covenant is probably what I would prioritize first and foremost, because the other things, you've got the Anima Conductor, just gives you basically one extra world quest, and the transport network is, well, it's a transport network. Literally, it unlocks some portals. Yes, it may save you 2-3 minutes of time, but it's not a priority for terms of actual like significant gameplay. I would upgrade like your Queen's Conservatory as priority, your Manthieus party mode thing as priority. They do require considerably more anima and souls to upgrade them, so you may find that you get to a point in the week where you can't get any more souls that week, so well, you might as well just upgrade the transport network or something like that first. It's or even your I shouldn't forget the mission table, or the what do they call it, the adventure table or something. They call it something different in every expansion. I can never keep up. But yeah, the main meat of the Covenant you should upgrade first, in my opinion, given the fact that assuming the fact that you have the resources to do so. But be sensible, plan ahead a little bit. Johnny Cash, welcome to the channel. Thanks for subbing, my friend. Welcome. It kind of makes sense to plan ahead a little bit. We're going to be somewhat limited on the amount of souls that we're able to gather by the looks of things, but they are continually updating them more, so we are likely to have to spend a little bit of time in there over the next few days, just to see how can we get these souls that we need. We need hundreds of these souls to be able to upgrade our Covenant, and as it stands right now, we know that they come from the beta. We know there's a weekly quest that gives us 5 of them, but we're unable to sort of gather any more on a regular basis, which is kind of annoying. But morning, welcome back. Yes, obviously yesterday's stream wasn't a thing. I apologise for that. I had real life commitments I had to keep yesterday, but we are back at it today. Lamnacken, good day to you, sir, and chat. Welcome. Good to have you here. Question you may know the answer to, but may not, and you'll run into this soon. When switching Covenants, does that reset the Emissary quest so that you can do multiple callings? Oh, God. I imagine when you when you switch Covenants, I would imagine you probably get the callings that are available for that, but you may. I'm not. The honest answer is I don't know, but it is a good thing to consider. If you switch Covenants and it gives you all of your callings, it puts you in this weird situation where those guys out there that love to min-max everything might actively seek to hop between different Covenants to do multiple callings and get maximum amount of rep. That sounds really that's another sort of falls into clever use of game mechanics mode, and I would imagine that if it is the case right now, they'll probably squish it so that you probably should generate 1 calling per day that you are assigned with that Covenant. That seems like the most sensible way. So if you do then switch Covenants, then you obviously have to wait 24 hours, or maybe you get your first calling, but you don't get all 3 of them, for example. That would be sensible to me. I'm thinking of going Night Fae on all my toons because the extra herbs and ore you get, plus the BOEs you showed in one of your vids. Any thoughts? Yes, I have a lot of thoughts. And this is exactly why we're in the Queen's Conservatory right now. As a little birdie has told me that the BOEs are no longer BOEs. that they've tweaked and they've changed some things in here, which ultimately makes the potential value from the Queen's Conservatory a lot less than it was before. But that is why we're here. That's why we're going to do a little bit of testing. So, you know, stick around. But what I need to do is I need to simulate what was giving epic loot back in the day and see what it now does give us. If I remember right, the way you get... Well, I tell you what, let's refer to my spreadsheet. How about that? This one? Queen's Conservatory spreadsheet. Main. I believe it was when we made the... Ooh, I want to say the large artisan satchels. Or was it the spirit tenders just going straight for 4 root grain? Yes, it was. 4 root grain. 4 wild seed root grains. Here we go. So one of those, one of those, one of these, and one of these. Do you know how many herbs and ore you get from this? Yes is the easy answer, but I'm still testing, so I'm not making it publicly available until I've got some complete numbers on it. I can briefly show you. I basically have worked out exactly how you go about getting each of the different satchels, and then I've opened a whole bunch of the bags, or as many bags as I've been willing to spend time doing it to try and get an indication of exactly what comes out of each bag. So for example, you can see the average bag value. When you start opening these ones, Journeyman's Overflowing Satchels, there is crazy amounts of loot in there. Journeyman Overflowing Satchel. So you can see here, admittedly, I've only opened 20 of them. It takes me a hell of a long time even to farm them on this thing. But you're getting like, you're basically getting some of every single material. Every single time. It's ridiculous. Every single bag you open, there's an average of 122 materials in there, at a rough value of about 5,000 gold. But the likelihood is that you may only ever be able to open one of these bags in a week. So it's not like something you can farm and repeat over and over. You may get one of these bags a week. But I mean, 5 grand is 5 grand, right? Or one thing I should point out is obviously I don't know the exact value of all of the ores. I'm guessing and speculating. But so if nothing else, these average bag values, don't take them as like gospel numbers. These aren't exact figures. Just consider them as relative to each other. So for example, a novice satchel may get you 130 gold value, but a novice overflowing satchel in relative terms is 20 times more valuable. So you've got to consider it like that, because of course materials are going to be different. Honestly, I subbed because of your use of spreadsheets. So good. Hey, gotta love a good spreadsheet, you know. Gotta love a good spreadsheet. But let's simulate, or let's quickly gather up some of these big bags. You can see by default, if you put 4 wild... Right, things to note. To even unlock this wild seed of growth at the back, you need a tier 5 Queen's Conservatory. To gain a tier 5 Queen's Conservatory, I think you would need renown, I want to say 32, maybe 36, which in relative terms means that this could potentially take you 6 to 8 weeks to even physically unlock it. Once you do have it unlocked, you can perceivably only do this setup once a week, because if you look at the timer, there's an incubation period of 7 days. So you set this up and then you come back 7 days later and it'll be ready for you to get the bag out of. Obviously, it's beta mode and they didn't want people on the beta to wait 7 days. So they put this dude here and he allows me to just skip ahead 1 week. Boom! Coffee Club. Welcome, welcome. Good to see, my friend. I very much appreciate the support. Enjoy your little coffee cup symbol. So now a week has passed. Now we get to the Queen's Conservatory. We open this up and the spirit has regenerated. Way, great. I've been restored. This is marvellous. This is new. This animation is new. I knew there was some changes had been made here. Before, it just gave you a little spirit dude and you clicked on him. Hoorah, welcome to you. Welcome, welcome. Now, when we click on this, it's time to return to the cycle. Now what happens? I think the seed just disappears. And now we get our chest. We open up the chest, the spirit flies away. And we've gained two things. We've gained the Spirit Tender's satchels. This is guaranteed. How do you become a member of the coffee club? You click the join button. Or, I believe I might be able to do something fancy. Does this work? No, it doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work. Either way, just click the join button. There you go. There's the proper link. But now, so you get your Spirit Tender's satchels. We can open this up. This will give a whole bunch of materials, but I think the thing you're probably interested in, because I'm in my country, the join thing is not available. Oh, I see. Oh, well, in that case, I have no idea. Maybe it's not, maybe, okay. Well, in that case, I have no idea. If you wish to support me, and obviously that's the primary reason why people would join the Morning Coffee Club. But if you wish to support me, there is also my Patreon as well. But just being here talking is fine. Relax yourself. This is what was the BOE epic that I made a video on saying, look, we've found BOE epics, woot woot, money, 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 let's make some gold. They've now been changed. They're now cosmetic items. They are soulbound, they are not BOEs, they are not equipable, they do no damage. They, as I thought initially, they're simply here for the purpose of transmog. This, unfortunately, has taken a large slice of the gold pie away from the Queen's Conservatory. It's sad, because, yeah, it's a big boo. Now we don't have the ability to find BOE epics from this place. Oh well, you win some, you lose some, hey? So, yeah, it's a bit of a... We have to take the L on this one, unfortunately, for BOE epics. But we do still get our Spirit Tender's satchel, which should be somewhat full of goodies. Although, interestingly, these were never as full of goodies. Yeah, there's literally nothing in these, which is kind of annoying. So in 7 days, you can only do this once per week. This actually means, in realistic terms, if you want to just collect all of the cosmetic rewards, all of the pets, and all of the mounts, the Queen's Conservatory is actually a terrible choice for doing that, because you're literally gambling, in essence, that you can only do that once per week. Even then, what you get is somewhat random. You may not get the appearance that you want, whereas with some of the other professions, you can just go to the quartermaster and buy. you can just buy the cosmetic items. So maybe they're going to change that as well. It's hard to say. But yeah, it's a bit of an oof, unfortunately, as far as gold making is concerned. But the satchels are still full of a whole bunch of stuff. But so now I've confirmed that the BOE epics are not a thing, which is a bit of a sad face. What we should do is test a few more of the bags just to see if there's any distinct changes in the loot that drops from here. What have I not made many of? These large artisan satchels. We need to make a whole bunch more of these because we've only ever made 10 of these, so we've not got very accurate numbers. By the way, I've been thinking about how boring the professions are in BFA. You needed the legendary cloak in Classic, you needed the Onyxia cloak. For that you needed a max level skinner to get a knife in UBRS. Not to skin a raid boss and to craft a cloak. How better is that? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. The fact that like actually having your professions is some sort of a benefit to you outside of just crafting. Yeah, the design. I don't really want to get into too much of a rant about the professions, but yes, the design of just the straight up design of the professions in recent expansions has been less than desirable. So we need to do 2 root grains and 1 night bloom. Which ones are the root grains? They're these ones. Okay. So 2 of these. 2 of these. 1 of these. Another root grain, so that's 2. Then this is 1. So we can basically make 2 bags at a time using this. Try and get some loot. Right, that should give us both the large artisan ones. Skip a week. After doing the night fair on my first druid, I switched to Moldraxxus. For me personally, being a hunter, the Necrolords are looking pretty poggers. Plus, if I ever want to do any multi-boxing, the Necrolords look remarkably good. But I still can't get away from the fact that the satchels that you get from this place are mount. How about that? Are really valuable still. Mounts and pets. 2 bags and some mounts and pets. So what was it? 2 root grains. 2 of these. And then 1 of these. Drop a catalyst in there. I mean a spirit. Oh no, don't put the spirit in there yet. We've not put the catalyst down. Throw that in there. These 2 are ready to go. Ruslan Azkov. I probably butchered your name, but welcome. It's me, white-hatted. Oh, I see. Okay, nice one. How have you managed to change your name so quickly? Blizzard adds systems that are cool and add a dynamic metagame layer on top of their normal systems, and then they change their mind and kill the drive to do it, but leave in the system. Yeah, that kind of feels pretty much how it goes. Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Oh, you just have 2 accounts on your Gmail. Oh, I see. That's going to confuse me now. I'm going to think you're somebody different. Oh, you supported me on Patreon. Big shout out. Thank you very much. Highly appreciate it. Guys, your support has been incredible for the last few weeks. I've been very, very happy about it. Thank you very much. Couldn't ask for more better support from a community. We got ourselves another... Oh, a Spirit Tender's Bolt. See, we're getting more cosmetic items. We're getting a whole bunch of random cosmetic items. Did we not get a bag on this one? I'll just switch back to my less confusing account. Sure, you do you. So we should get another bag out of this. Oh, and we're getting all the pets. Loads of pets out of these ones. So that's our 4th bag. Let's put the bags somewhere. Let's put the bags up here. We'll probably get 10, maybe 15 of these bags. So when we open them all, we get some good numbers for what we actually get out of them. One of those, and one more here. Trying to remember exactly what goes in each spot is not good for my brain this early in the morning before the caffeine's kicked in. One of those. Let's throw up. So then we just need to put a spirit in there. Put another spirit in. Okay, that's ready to go. I think that's ready to go. I'll learn these pets and mounts and stuff, and we'll showcase these in a second as well. But just remember, guys, every time I get one of these bags, it's on like a 7-day cooldown once the game actually goes live. It's interesting how the actual spirits have their own names now. Kasha Soul Seeker, for example, is popped out of this one. Got another bag, cosmetic item. By the way, pets. Should I use the event to gear or buy the pet that is cageable? Words? English? I've no idea what you're trying to get at there. Do you think the Necrolord or Satchel has potential to give more gold at the end of the week than this Night Fae? Through active play, probably, but it has the downside of the fact that it's only going to give you a certain material. The advantage of these satchels is they basically, their loot pool is very large. It covers all of the materials in most cases. Whereas the other, they have these like loot bags that you can gain, basically allow you to target on 2 different materials, and they have some sort of internal cooldown to them. I've not been able to work out exactly what it is, but it's definitely there. It's not just like a set percentage random chance when you kill something to get one of these. When you get one, it starts a cooldown timer. I think it's about 40-45 minutes. I don't know exactly. Another pet, by the way. But yeah, the other Covenant's abilities, one of your soul binds always gives you the ability to get one of these like loot bags of resources. Overall, I think that you are going to get considerably more if you play the game actively and utilize your Queen's Conservatory. Yeah, that's. I think I've explained that. Probably not. Still early. Brain doesn't work very well. I imagine thousands of people will have the same idea with the pets, and it will take years for the value to go up much. The likelihood is that the pets and stuff that you get from these events will probably be very valuable to start with. Yes. I'll learn the pets in a minute, and we'll see if they're cageable. Because yeah, that will definitely make a difference. But the likelihood is that they'll be very valuable at the beginning, just simply because of scarcity, that there won't physically be that many of them. But yeah, sure, by the end of the expansion, there'll probably be 10 gold on the auction house. It's going to make very little difference by the end of the expansion. Once everybody's had 2 years to farm them all up, so... that should be 2 more bags, I think. Let's skip a week. Yep. So that should put us at 8 bags if I'm right. Open this dude. Grab me some extra boxes. What do we got in here? A pet. And another satchel. And another pet. We're getting duplicate pets now. This is one thing I also found previously, is that I was able to repeatedly get the pets for as long as I didn't learn them. But once I learned them, I never saw them again. So it may it may track your pet journal and see, right, well, we'll give you this pet if you don't already have it, but if you do have it, we're not going to give it to you again. So there's definitely some goblinry that could go on with that. Making sure that you don't know the pet to increase your odds of getting multiple of them. Once again, it's hard to tell whether these things are intended or not, but either way, it's a thing I noticed. That's 3 of these. I'm going to need to pick up some more catalysts in a minute. I mean, to be honest though, what I really like about this Queen's Conservatory is there's so much variety and different ways you can do it. You can kind of, obviously it requires on you knowing a lot about what you get out of these seeds when you use which catalysts and stuff. And even with the amount of testing that I've done, I still get confused with what I need to put down and where and how long it lasts. And there's like this setup, for example, seems pretty simple, pretty straightforward. But like if you use 2 wild seeds, it will give you a different satchel than if you use 2 wild seeds and a night bloom. It's just I don't know if it's just simply the fact that it's BC hours of the day, before coffee hours of the day. But yeah, it throws my brain into a loop. The Shadowlands delay gave me some time to do some mount collecting, and I'm about 98 mounts away from the 400 mount achievement. I love the way you phrase that. I'm 98 mounts away from 400. So you've got 300. That's like saying you're only 198 away from the 500 achievement. That's I'm not throwing shade there. It's just you phrased that in a fashion that was quite humorous to me. I'm only 98 mounts away from the 100 mount achievement. So you've got 2 mounts. Yes. Sorry, that's me being mean. I don't mean to be mean, but it was funny. You're allowed to be a little bit mean when something's funny. That's the law. Assuming it's funny to me. I only need 178 toys for the 300 toy mount. Yeah, there you go, see? Good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Right, so we've now learned a whole, but we've got the 10 satchels I wanted to get. I didn't want to spend too much time in the Queen's Conservatory. We've got other things to be doing. But interestingly, out of just 10 of these satchels, we've picked ourselves up a whole bunch of pets and mounts and all sorts of good stuff. But we got a few cosmetic items. That's interesting to know as well, that even the rare items that are coming from these things now are not BOEs. They're simply cosmetic. They're utilising this new tag that they've introduced specifically to cosmetic items. So that you should be aware of. But we've got a whole bunch of pets. Let's open our not the adventure guide, our collections tab. Pets. Let's learn these. And then so we got the dusty spore flutterer. Put in cage. That's something that people will want to know. Yes, you can slap it in a cage. That naturally gives it some value to goal makers because we can sell them. Who knows if they're going to be any good or not though. We've got. Oh, I suppose you probably want to see them, don't you? Well, yeah, there you go. It's a flappy dude. Summon. Do some zooms. Even though I've zoomed in, it's still literally bigger in the pet journal than it is not in the pet journal. Well, yeah, there's your get out of town. Here's your dusty spore flutterer pet. Let's go next one. We want the pearlwing heron. I will check that each one of them is cageable. Put in cage. Yes, can be caged. Summon. Where's he? A mini heron dude. Looking pretty swanky. Looks like he's eating something he shouldn't do. He looks ill. We have the bright scale hatchling. Check for cageability. Put in cage. Yes. Check. Where'd he go? Bright scale hatchling. Summon you. Where did you go? You're here. Jesus, you're tiny. It's an ickle turtle. An ickle shiny turtle. Stop moving. There we go. Little turtle. What else did we get? Sable. Sable. Put in cage. Yes. Cageable. Oh, he does a spinny thing, look. Hey, that's cool. He makes a little tornado out of himself. Sable. Summon. Where did you go? It's our putty cat. Is it a putty cat? I don't know. It looks like a kitten with big ears, scary eyes. There's our sable pet. What else? That's a duplicate. That's a duplicate. Copulent bone tusk. It's a sable. Sure. I don't know what a sable is. Target the cat with /sit. No, then I sit. Let's do the bone tusk. Put in cage. Yep, cageable. Let's summon you. Goodbye, Sable. If you're a Necrolord, then this is going to match your. There's a brain think. Your mount as a Necrolord is basically this. So you could have your big boy mount, bone tusk, and then you could have your little bone tusk pet. Keep the matching set. It's not a cat. It kind of looks like a fox, to be honest. Whatever. It's a thing. It's a thing. We'll call it a thing. An official thing. And then probably the one everybody wants to see, the Wakeness Rune Stag. Boom. We have our mount. Let's dismiss. Oh, that's something new. You can target a pet and then right click to show in journal. Didn't know that. Let's mount up. And then we've got our mount that we just picked up. Some of you guys will have seen this before. We've had this on a character previously. But one of the mounts that you can get from your I think this is the one that is actually Night Fae specific. I think each of the covenants has their own specific mount, and then there's 3 or 4 mounts that you can get generically, regardless of which covenant that you choose. But he's quite cool. He looks alright. He's a dude. He does. What's his special? Does a bit of a hop and a kick. Does a boing and a kick. Alrighty. Well, let's go and open these bags. See what we get in terms of loot. And I'm actually then probably going to do a little bit of farming. We can do some herbalism and some mining, because I want to firm up some of the roots whilst we still have access to the beta and are still actively playing the beta, it's about time to just kind of make sure I have my preferred route for doing some farming. God Ruin, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, my man, welcome. So let's, we can get rid of these because I don't care about them. It's a bit of a sad face to see that they're all cosmetic items now and we're not going to have the ability to sell them, but hey ho, what can you do? You win some, you lose some in this game. It's the nature of beta. So let's open these, see what we get in terms of materials. We've only got 10. I need to make sure I remember to not note these down as well. You can see just a single satchel gets us a whole bunch of materials, but it picks from, oh, that's, yeah, it picks from like usually 2 categories. So in this case, you can see it picked from fish and it picked from ore, and it gave you a selection. This time we got what appeared to be a double herb bag. It looked like it chose herbs twice, so we got just twice as many. Leather and fish. Meat and fish. A double enchanting bag by the looks of things, because we only got soul dust and sacred shards. Cloth and herbs. Meat and... was that a double meat bag? That was a double meat bag. Ore and herbs. Double fish bag. Fish and enchanting mats. So there we go. That was 10 bags. That was a whole bunch of materials. Let me jot down exactly what I got for those. Large artisan satchel sheet. We opened another 10 bags. And let's jot down what we got. Where's my materials gone? Here. Someone posted on the Discord that they removed partial mats. Could we verify that? I can somewhat verify that already, that I have experienced that. It's going to be difficult because my Herber Miner is already max skill, so he wouldn't get partials anyway. But yeah, I can have a look. I can try and maybe just go try it on another character quickly. So let's just jot these down quickly. Give me 2 seconds. Porous stone, we got 10. Soulfish, we got 27. We got 17 iridescence. 16 pikes. 18 pokefish. 19 piranha. 7 Sinvir ore. 8 Solinum ore. 7 Phaedrum. 8 Oxane. 10 Leystrite. 14 Widow Bloom. Where were we at? 17 Death Blossom. 15 Marrow Root. 13 Vigil's Torch. 13 Rising Glory. 6 Desolate Leather. 6 Pallid Bones. 3 Callous Hide. 20 pieces of meat. Where's my meat section on here? 20 pieces of ethereal meat. One thing I do need to do actually, especially while we're on the beta, is do some research into the fish and meat. Simply because I've just not, is the honest answer. But cooking is going to be such a big profession that I don't want to leave it out just because it's a secondary profession that everybody can have kind of thing. Phantasmal Haunch, we got 15. 13 Shadowy Shanks. 14 Creepy Crawlers. 14 dust, 9 sacred shards, 6 pieces of cloth, and 3 pieces of silk. Okay, that's everything. And now that should have updated to, yes, now it shows that we've opened more bags. Cool, okay, that's all I needed to do. Just trying to keep my data up to date. I hope there'll be something else on how to make them grow faster, like a buyable thing from the garrison to make the orders I got already faster. Well, there sort of is. There's this one, there's the Temple Leaves Catalyst. This catalyst is designed so that it reduces the amount of time. Every time you use a temple leaf, obviously the difficulty is that it takes up a catalyst slot in itself. So you have to decide to balance, well, do I want to grow it faster and have less catalysts to boost the yield or the quality? You have that choice. Obviously, I don't need to use the temple leaf ones in the Queen's Conservatory on the beta because I have the time skip thing. But in live, you will make that decision, and that will be a decision you make. Do I for every one of these, it reduces the time by I think 24 hours. An epic spirit has a 7-day regrowth time. A rare spirit, I think, is 5 days, and a basic spirit is 3 days. So you could theoretically churn out a whole bunch of satchels kind of quite quickly if you had a bunch of temple leaf catalysts. There's so many options and combinations that you could do, which is why I kind of quite like it. But it also makes it very difficult to work out what is the optimum because there's so many varieties. I can't make up my mind regarding what character to level up first. I'm thinking Inscription Alchemy and then go with my alt for jewel crafting enchanting. And after that, armor crafting alts. Yeah, it's difficult to sort of decide what... Well, for me at least, my decision is somewhat made by the fact that I know I'm going to level my hunter first because I want to level my hunter first, and my hunter is a jewel crafter and a leather worker. So the decision was kind of made for me based on that. That yes, jewel crafting and leather working will be the 2 professions I level up first, simply because they're on my main, and they've been on my main for a hell of a long time. They have a lot of rare plans. So there's no way I was dropping those professions. Inscription though, only because of the Dark Moon decks. You don't need to level up a character to level Inscription and to start crafting Dark Moon cards. That's the crazy thing about professions now. The accessibility level, in my opinion, is too great. You could have a level 50, 51 alt with Inscription that could buy herbs off the auction house, level up to skill point 80, and start crafting Dark Moon cards without ever setting foot in Shadowlands. So it's an odd one. Really, really kind of odd. Is this get free stuff thing of Shadowlands like BFA follower equipment thing? Things at mission command table. Well, you still have your adventure mission command table kind of thing. That's a separate part of each of the covenants. What we were just in, the Queen's Conservatory, was specific to the Night Fae. That's the kind of Night Fae. Each covenant has their own mini game. The Night Fae's mini game is that Queen's Conservatory where you take these seeds and you they're not seeds, they're spirits, sorry. You put the spirits in the seed to regenerate that spirit. And the more catalysts that you throw at it, the bigger and better and more lucrative the loot bag that the spirit will give you as a thank you for regenerating them. Is your TLDR of the Queen's Conservatory, I suppose. For contracts, it's not worth it to level it first. I mean, well, the nature of the contracts is that you can't pick up the contracts until you're at least revered with each of the faction. So, for specifically, if we're just talking about contracts, then yes, it makes sense to have inscription on your main, because it will be on your main character that, just by the nature of it being your main, is likely to have better standing with the 4 factions than any of your alts, and to be able to then get the contracts to craft them, to sell them, and so on and so on. But if you're talking just about Dark Moon cards, then your scribe could sit on an alt and you could just craft Dark Moon cards without ever stepping foot in Shadowlands. A tailor here, got to make those bags. Well, true. Bags are already flying off the shelves. With so many people creating new characters and alts and that sort of stuff. Tailors are having a good time right now with bags. If you happen to have had a lot of materials to just like churn them out, then yeah, it's GG right now. Are you going to show every covenant? Well, over the past few days, we've spent some time in each of the covenants. I'm not necessarily doing a covenant showcase right now, but we have spent time in the past in each of the covenants. I don't think we'll be able to get contracts for anyone other than the court week. Other than the court week one, right? Hey? I'm not sure what you're asking. But alright. I've not got many materials, which is kind of why I need to do some herbing and some mining today. Because some of the professions I want to get up and running are blacksmithing, leatherworking, and tailoring. So I want to be able to do the deep dives, and I feel that to do the deep dive correctly, I should have at least re-leveled the profession just to make sure that nothing drastic has changed. But that means I need more materials, so we are going to spend a bit of time today doing some herbing and mining. The recipes for the contracts need revered, and the only way that I know of to get rep is through world quests. We don't have enough of those week 1 to get revered. Oh, I see. I see what you're getting at. Well, don't forget that you gain a reasonable amount of reputation just by doing the quests whilst leveling. Not a huge amount, but you do get some. Plus then, yes, it's basically world quests and that sort of stuff where the rep comes from. I've not looked in detail about how to sort of maximize the amount of rep that you gain, but I'm definitely sure there is going to be some element of time gating to it. Most people tend, or at least in past expansions, people have been able to get to revered within about 10 days of an expansion launch, exalted within like a couple of weeks. What does your rep bars look like now? Well, these are pre-made characters. These are pre-made 60s, so it's not. Plus, I've not really played them. It's difficult because, you know, pre-made characters and that. I don't have rep with anybody because I haven't done anything with them. I've not leveled, I've not actively actually played the character. I've heard that the campaign does not give rep. Ooh. Does it not give any? I seem to remember you at least... Oh, maybe it was the side quests that were giving you the rep whilst the leveling. Maybe then if you do just power through nothing but the campaign, you might ding 60 and not have any rep at all. That could be interesting, actually. The new leveling system for alts, you can start gaining rep if you have inscription on a low level alt. True. Because simply on the premise that my main character is going to zerg to 60 as fast as I can humanly get him to 60, that means most of my other characters will then just go Threads of Fate and like slowly level up. I'm in no rush to get my alts to 60, put it that way. I'd love if you could make a video on the garden explaining where the catalysts and all the garden related stuff comes from. I would love to do that video as well. The problem is that we don't know. Even to this day, the spirits or the acquisition of the spirits is a bit unknown. We know that we get the catalysts from doing our callings. Hang on, let me stop pressing so many buttons. The tributes and the bounty bags that you get from your callings likely have the catalysts in them. Catalysts you can grow in your Queen's Conservatory as well. So if you run low on a certain catalyst, you can actually buy a catalyst seed and grow that catalyst seed. But the way that you go about getting the spirits, there's daily quests and weekly quests that are linked to the spirits. They have spirits in them as well from your test. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe they've added the spirits into there as well. When last time I actually actively did some of this, we only got the catalyst. But maybe this is another example of with these pre-made characters, I tend not to actually play the end game so much. I'm not running around doing world quests simply because most of the time they don't mean a lot for me to do them. I'm testing other things like the professions and that sort of stuff. Really wish I had the beta to test all these things. I really don't understand why Blizzard just doesn't give everybody access to the beta. I mean, it's at this point, why not? I mean, literally, why not? I don't get it. But yeah, herbing and mining. That was my plan of action. We need to pick a zone, and I think I probably should do Maldraxxus, mainly because it's the least. It feels like the least friendly zone for herbing and mining in. Oh, or should I say it's the one I've spent less time in. Where's the Flight Master dude gone? Zero ghost iron bars on your realm. Holy smoke. Excuse me. That is slightly concerning, on the premise that it means that everybody could be going a little bit crazy on the Sky Golems right now. It'd be hard to tell. Right, I've got to take the Flight Master. While the Flight Master is zippity-zipping away, I'm going to quickly go grab a drink because my coffee's cold. Nobody likes cold coffee because it sucks. I'll be back with you guys in 2 minutes. Alrighty. Apologies. I was slow, I know. Nobody likes cold coffee. So we got ourselves nice sparkly water. So what are we all saying? Cold coffee is okay. Room temperature coffee is gross. Well, yeah, that I should specify when I say cold coffee. I mean it was hot in here an hour ago. Now it's that kind of not hot temperature, which is gross. Iced coffee, on the other hand, beautiful. Absolutely loving it. And we're good. And we're in the wonderfully colourful, beautiful zone that is known as Moldraxis. Whoop-de-doop. Right, let's make sure that we're doing some tracking of some stuffs. Why is my Gathermate add-on not working? Why do I not have any nodes showing up on my map? Interesting. To all the Horde EU folks, there's another 2k gold emissary. Oh, nice. I don't want to be in here, do I? I don't. I want to be on the outside of here. Do I not even have the add-on? I do have add-on selected. Oh, I know what I've done. I've probably updated it accidentally. We'll have to test if this still works actually. Because I may have ballsed it, but we'll see. Let's see if it may just be that on this character I've not actually explored the zone in any way, shape or form. I like Moldraxis. On the other hand, in Bastion I have to turn down the brightness of my screen. Really? Oh dear. No, I can't say aesthetically that I'm much of a fan of Oh, I don't even have a pet out. Let's fix that then. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the aesthetic of Moldraxis, but what are you gonna do, you know? Oh, they've changed the Death Blossom. Death Blossom actually looks like a thing now. Oh, come on, pet. Do pet things and hold aggro. Now, I kind of feel as if I should be doing some actual proper testing. Why am I fighting this thing? Because my pet's just going to continually carve through it. Sure, let's just keep going. Yeah, I need to do some exploring. That's probably why nothing's showing up on my map. Yeah, I kind of feel like I should actually be making this feel a little bit more scientific. But until I've actually got all of the nodes showing up on my map, it's hard to put together a proper route, you know? Steely Memes, thanks for subbing. Welcome to the channel. Moldraxis, it's usually pretty simple on the farming route. It's basically run your ass around the edge and avoid things. I had pet attack stay on my scroll wheel, best thing ever. Ah, true, yeah. 1x, good morning. Welcome. Yeah, simply I found that literally just running around this centre bit is is arguably the best way to gather materials in Maldraxxus. Mainly for the fact that you can go into these edge bits, but it starts to get very mob dense heavy, and you end up spending more of your time just killing things than you actually spend, you know, picking up stuff. Where's the... Ah, it's here. It's hiding behind there. Hello? Lag? I'm wondering now if I've updated Gathermate, and if Gathermate is now 9.1 ready. Because these icons are different. Why have we got the icon for Peace Bloom and Copper Ore? I think something's gone a bit funky with my add-on. Two ore nodes right next to each other? It's like Christmas. Oh, talking of Christmas, do we have any Mythic Raiders in chat? Because obviously we have a release date for the game. We also have the raid release schedule. And oh boy, I can imagine Mythic Raiders are not particularly best pleased. I'm not sure if any of you guys saw, but Preach's video that he made yesterday on his Twitter was one of the funniest videos I think I've ever seen. So funny, in fact, I think I need to show you all, whether you've seen it or not. Now, randomly browsing Twitter on stream is dangerous at the best of times. You can never know what exactly is going to turn up, but that's so this little video he did was hysterical. Let's just turn that off for a minute.
Kids?
Yeah.
Daddy's got to go away for Christmas.
Why?
Loot. Kids?
Yeah.
Daddy's got to go away for Christmas.
Why? Why, Daddy?
Loot.
Loot reasons.
Kids?
Oh, I thought that tickled me yesterday. That was funny. Daddy's got to go away for Christmas. Never even done a normal raid, just the Jaina cheese strategy once. Oh, nice. We'll be fine as nobody will be able to visit family anyway. Well, yeah, if you live in the States, maybe, where Corona is slowly but surely breaking the country. The rest of the world that knows how to put a mask on are doing all right now. Maybe that was a bit too much of a political statement, but sure. Last time I did raids was before Mythic was even a thing. Oh dear, okay, sure. Russian servers don't care about Catholic Christmas, so you're fine. Well, that's true. WoW is greater than all commitments. Yes, that is exactly how it should be. Yeah, like, there's a very good chance that Mythic Raiders will likely either have to choose to take a break with their Mythic raiding schedule, which is like so counterproductive, it's not even funny. Hey look, we've actually got a nightshade that looks like a thing now. Look, the herbs actually look cool now. This is a nightshade. I got 3 nightshade. See, this is why I didn't put out farming, like herbalism and mining guides yet, because even now they're changing things. I guess you haven't heard what's happening in France and Italy right now. Okay, not everywhere is in good standing, but some places are considerably worse than others. This is not going to turn into a Corona stream. What is this? A marrow root. Ah, we've actually got like proper entities in place now for all the herbs. Where's my pet gone? Pet's over here. Gonna level a druid up first? No, my first character will be a hunter. I will get through the campaign and basically unlock the threads of fate as quick as humanly possible. My druid will be leveled up through threads of fate, and that's how I suggest everybody do it. Simply because when you select threads of fate, you then get the flexibility to go to any zone that you want. Whereas if the first time you level up a character, you are railroaded in to going through Bastion first, then you have to go through Moldraxxus, then you have to go through Ardenweald, and finally you get access to Revendreth. And on that basis, I will zerg my way through the leveling process on my hunter, which will be my main, who I want to get to 60 first anyway. And then all my other characters can go Threads of Fate, and they can go wherever they want. They can mine whatever they need. Specifically talking about Druid, of course. My Druid can then go wherever they need to go. What's Threads of Fate? Threads of Fate is the alternative method of leveling your alts. It's only available to you once you've already completed the main campaign and got a level 60 character. But once you have your first level 60 character, instead of having to do the main storyline again, you can choose to there's an alternative option that gives you access to things like world quests. It gives you access to you can pick your covenant from level 50. It's not necessarily quicker, but it is in theory more flexible way for you to level your alts. That's the plan, at least. After leveling your first character, who be a crafter, would it be a good idea to Threads of Fate a gatherer or power level more crafters? It depends on how you want to do it. It's all, I would say it pretty heavily balances around how much gold you've got and what the economy is like on your server. I don't really, although I will level a druid, I don't plan to do all that much farming in the first week or so. If I need material, why am I disorientated and what the hell's going on? Oh, there's a spider on my head. I plan to, for the most part, buy all of the materials that I need. I don't plan to do that much farming. To me, in the first week, time spent farming is time spent either not leveling other characters, or it's time not spent crafting items and making serious bank on the auction house. The way that the professions are set up right now means there's going to be a crazy rush for things like Dark Moon cards, base legendary items. If you end up spending 4 hours a day farming for some materials, yes, you might be able to sell those materials quickly and easily. But realistically, you'll make way more gold by diving deep into a crafting profession. At least in my opinion. So, want to hear something funny? November 23rd is the day when Squirt comes round and there's no bonus pet XP week. So no Super Squirt week. Derp. That's a bit of a blow. How do you access the alternative leveling option? Well, firstly, you have to do the Shadowlands introduction request, which takes you through the Maw, I'm not going to give you any more spoilers than that, but you have to go through the Maw, and then eventually you get ported to Oribos, which is the new main faction, the new main capital city, Oribos, and it's from there that what's the dude's name? I can't remember what he's called, but a dude comes up to you and says, "Would you like to continue on the main quest line, or would you like to choose the Threads of Fate option?" And you just pick at that point which way you want to go. Are you getting any cooking materials from skinning? If I was skinning, then yes, I probably would. I mean, you passively get cooking materials from skinning simply on the premise of that you are killing beasts to skin, and then the beasts will inevitably drop meat. Although I've not done any skinning on the beta for a long time. It's been probably 4, maybe even 6 weeks since I've even skinned a mob on the beta. So we're gonna spend the next week or so doing a whole bunch of like retesting, just because we're now at a point where most things should be almost final. This is why I'm out doing some herbalism and mining again, trying to make sure that all of the node spawns are spawning in the same place. Are their drop rates similar? Has anything changed? This is just what we got to do to test things, you know. Thank you for subscribing, Super Ognox. Thank you very much. Welcome to the channel. You skip the introduction scenario after you level your first character. How much time does it take to get an ult into Oribos? I don't think there's a way to skip. I think because the main introductory quest line takes you from level 50 to roughly 51. And I think Blizzard wants you to do that because there's a lot of... although they may potentially introduce a skip eventually, I'm not sure if there's a skip right now. I think you have to do the introduction quest on all the characters. But I might be mistaken on that one. I've not actually tested. And I think the reason they want you to do the introduction quest is because a lot of the like the old consumables, previous expansions consumables stop working at 50, while Shadowlands consumables generally don't work until you're level 51. So Blizzard kind of want that level 50 to like disappear, if that makes sense, because you're kind of in limbo at level 50. And so the introductory quest line takes about 40 minutes and conveniently gets you from level 50 to 51 to where everything that is available in Shadowlands starts working for you again. There's a mining gathering enchant. Yes, there is. I'm using it right now. The enchant gloves, Shadowlands Gathering. It's a universal one this time. It just speeds up everything basically. How long does it take approximately? It's 40-45 minutes, something like that. It's not long. Anyone know how good the High Mountain Tauren racial is going to be for gathering? But isn't it just a flat speed boost to gathering? It's going to be less beneficial considering the gathering enchant basically does that for you. And the way that enchanting is looking, enchants are basically going to be free. Or as good as free. Also Dark Moon Fire Water. Yes, true. There's going to be a whole boost of different ways to do it now. Obviously using Dark Moon Fire Water, it's a consumable. It's obviously then going to be a cost involved in doing that. Slap the enchant on. One time thing. Oh, regular speed boot. Oh, okay. Regular Tauren, it's Herbalism. High Mountain Tauren, it's then mining. I can never remember which way around it goes. I need to look up what professions are locked with reputation and maybe start with those ones. I got you covered there. Hang on. Una Memento. No, not that sheet. This one. Why is this window such a funny size and shape? I have that exact information that you need. All of the professions that have reputation-based things. So take a look at this. It's my Shadowlands cheat sheet. I need to make a command for that. Yeah, take a look through that. It's got all of the different locked things. It's pretty self-explanatory. Do Goblin Gliders work? Yes, they're definitely a thing. I've not used them in the beta myself personally, but yes, they're definitely a thing. At least at this point. Who knows? They might change things, but you added the Twitter timer, so that's progress. Yeah, I'm not super good at this whole kind of like running a stream business. This is why I need to find. I need to just get my ass into gear. And oh, there we go. Look, it's Stream Elements is now telling everybody to follow me on Twitter. I don't have to do the selfless. I don't have to selflessly plug myself every 20 minutes. I have Stream Elements to do it for me now. I'm a little worried that enchanting will basically be non-profitable. You and me both. You and me both. Enchanting's in a real bad spot right now if it stays the way that it is. Enchanting will basically be dead on arrival if it stays the way that it is. We spent a bit of time on, when was it? Last stream? Maybe Tuesday? Wednesday? We spent a little bit of time discussing like why enchanting being in the state that it is now is a bad thing, because there's a lot of people that are confused to why professions need to make gold. Daniel Becker, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Hope you're enjoying. Yeah, a lot of people are confused to why professions need to make gold, and it's that. The way I came up with describing it best is that everything. Okay, I'm going to go off topic again here, but the reason Blizzard has maintained itself as a really good MMO for a long time is that Blizzard have this fantastic ability to maintain very different players playing their game. So I'd break it down into 3 categories. You've got people that are happy to farm for the materials that they either want or need or look to sell to make gold with. These are people that are willing to invest their time into playing the game simply for the purpose of saving themselves gold. You then have people that sit in the middle. These are people that are willing to spend a bit of the gold that they've already made to buy materials, to craft things and turn items into higher quality items. You then have people that are willing to pay a premium to get the items that they need at a convenient rate. These are people that play the game with less time, who have less time to play the game, but potentially because of that have more real world money to spend on the game. And this balance, this balance of player types is essential in an MMO. Because when one of those player types either disappears completely or one player type becomes way too dominant, the whole ecosystem of the game just collapses in on itself. Imagine a situation where nobody was willing to craft anything. That would if nobody was willing to craft anything because all of the professions were dead on arrival, that means you are forcing people to the other end of the spectrum. That means players' only way to make gold then is to go out and farm it. And those other people, the only way that they have of getting the items that they need is to potentially buy them using real world money. So you push it into a weird situation. And not a long-term good situation. Maintaining this balance in the economy is vital to keep the game running smoothly. And I know, like, something as simple as enchanting being a dead profession within 10 minutes doesn't seem like a big thing. But when it happens so quickly at the beginning of an expansion, there's a large knock-on effect. And it's that knock-on effect that's really difficult to try and constructively describe to people. And quite honestly, most people don't care. That's the problem. Most people just play the game and they genuinely don't think about how the game works behind the scenes. They don't think about what goes into all the development decisions. They just think of, well, is this a benefit to me? Do I enjoy this? And there are short-term benefits and long-term benefit. It gets really complicated. And I know I'm not very good at articulating exactly what the issue is, but there was my little 2-minute rant on enchanting again. I apologise for people that have heard that 4 or 5 times now. Hey, goddamn spiders, get off. Any good ways to farm gold in pre-patch? I mean, I'm sure there are. My advice for anybody in pre-patch now is to consider the gold that they have, the gold that they will take into Shadowlands. Spending time getting your alts leveled up, spending time making sure that you've got the right professions on the right characters before we go into Shadowlands is probably some of the best way to spend your time right now. If you absolutely have to actively farm gold right now, there are probably some ways you can do it. Check out Student Albatross's channel. I'm sure he's listing one virtually on the daily right now. But you're really not going to get a great amount out of it. You're literally relying on like just raw gold farming, which is not a great spot to be in the first place. Selling a few crafted items. Somebody's just pointed out that Uncanny Gear is selling really well right now. I have to agree. Uncanny Gear is doing really well. There are a few, basically enchanting right now is doing really well. As people are leveling up a whole bunch of more characters and getting prepared for Shadowlands, enchanting seem to have had a nice little uplift. There's a few things you can be doing now. Just be aware that your options are kind of limited though still. I'm mainly hoping they keep the professions relevant. But this is a great concern I have. The level of accessibility for professions right now, and the fact that there is nothing like Expulsum. There's no mechanic that even requires the slightest little bit of thought to go into it to when it comes to professions. I mean, it's going to be put it this way, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to maintain any relevance in the professions. By 9.1, the professions could all basically be null and void. I liken it to the example of like if you look at the auction house on your server right now on live, and you look at the auction price for potions and flasks, then open your alchemist and look at how much it costs to craft those potions and flasks. There is a very strong chance, that the cost to buy potions and flasks on the auction house right now is less than what it costs to craft them. That's a crazy situation to be in, but it's a situation that you kind of expect it at the end of an expansion, because nobody needs those flasks and stuff. We could be in the same situation in like literally 6 weeks of the Shadowlands coming out. Everything that's on the auction house is being sold for less than what it costs to craft it, simply because everybody has their own alchemist, everybody has their own enchanter. There'll be no opportunity for gold making on the auction house, because everybody will have access to all of the professions. My chat doesn't seem to be working properly on my OBS. Una momento. Aha, there we go. There we go. What item level will the pre-patch event be? The gear from it? I believe it's item level 100. I think it's item level 100. $445 in old numbers, whereas Uncanny was 400. Huge gap. Yeah, I think it's 100. Which is it's the item level that I plan to try and take all of my alts into. I mean, when you think about it though, you can get item level, I think at 95, maybe even 100 item level just from doing world quests. So it's not like crazy good gear by any standards, but it's been nerfed. It's not 100 anymore. Oh, is it not? I've not checked the PTR. I literally have spent most of my life on beta. It's not 100 anymore. Don't know. Can't remember what it is. Ooh, that'd be interesting to check then. For any of you interested why I've put this timer up, this timer is because we got one of these loot bag things, the Nature's Splendor. And I wanted to try and work out what the internal cooldown is on them. I know I'm not actively killing things all the time, but it's going to give me some indication. I think it's about 40 to 45 minutes, the internal cooldown.
We are experiencing a shortage on slime. Would you be willing to repurpose some for us?
Oh, there we go. We got another one. Interestingly, we got it from mining. Odd. But that was 22 minutes. Restart the clock and we'll try again. How ironic was that? Literally 30 seconds after I spoke about it, it decided it was going to give us another bag. Now I think for the purpose of testing, I should go and herb and mine in these outer areas, even if it's annoying to do so. Just so I've got as much information to just how many ore nodes and stuff are out and around here. Obviously, it's at this point, being a druid might have been more helpful for this, simply because I could just stealth around, but to to be fair, on my hunt, so I can just run past things, let my pet do the killing, and just feign death if I need to anyway. It's no biggie. Oh, I missed a message that I probably should have answered a question on. Any idea why blacksmithing Legos require a reputation-bound material? Enchanters a lithium bar and others don't, or am I missing something here? I have to agree with you on that one. I have absolutely no idea why they've locked blacksmith's ability to create legendary items behind a reputation wall of another expansion, of another profession, sorry. It seems very odd to me. I go by the theory of that they should all be locked behind rep of some nature, or none of them should be locked behind rep. It feels very odd. I have to agree. What do you think is going to be the best gatherer? Still a druid or a demon hunter? When it comes to gathering, you can sort of put gathering in two categories. You've got herbalism and mining, where yes, a druid is always going to be the king. They have stealth, they have instant mount, they have good like natural speed ability. Druids are always going to be very good for herbing and mining. The other side of gathering, you could say, is like farming for meat, for cooking, skinning. That's where your demon hunters usually come into play pretty nicely. Demon hunters traditionally, I've not tested heavily on the beta, but demon hunters, at least traditionally, have pretty ridiculous burst AoE when they need to, especially going into an expansion where there are heavy AoE caps for most characters. I think I-Beam is still an uncapped AoE ability, which makes that, somebody will correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but it makes demon hunters naturally very good skinners. They can gather things up, they can zerg them down super fast, they can skin, and then they just bounce away and they're off. So yeah, it's kind of, I would always recommend most people that want to do any sort of farming. Druids are great characters, demon hunters are great characters. Not everybody's in the luxurious position to be able to have all of the characters, so if you have to choose, I would probably say choose a druid. But leveling is so quick and so easy, just have both. Honest answer. By the way, mining in the moor's not too bad. Yeah, we could spend a bit of time doing a lap or two of the moor as well later, just to try and get some farming information out there. Lag? Hello? Oh no, we're good. There's some... What? Here we go. Yeah, I want to spend a bit of time in the moor anyway. So if we double up our adventures in the moor with a bit of herbalism and mining, we can kind of kill two birds with one stone there. That's not going to be a bad plan of action, actually. Am I going to be streaming the launch of Shadowlands? Hell yes. Cannot wait. Yes, I'm absolutely going to be streaming. I've actually taken the decision to stream the launch of Shadowlands rather than do what I really want to do, which is multi-box. But I don't feel... Well, people who watch the stream would likely rather see something that they could replicate on stream easily. Streaming multi-boxing, specifically at the launch of Shadowlands, is probably not all that beneficial to most people. Although it may be slightly entertaining to watch for 5-10 minutes. Multi-boxing 8 accounts on in Shadowlands is outside the realms of possibility. for so many of the player base that I don't think it's really wise for me to do. I will probably do my multi-boxing in my spare time. Love me some midnight launches. Yeah, it's going to launch at 1 AM for me, which I can't say I'm entirely looking forward to, as my schedule is going to be completely busted that week. But needs must. What all spawns in the maw? Only the 2 basic ones without zone specific one. Yeah, to dive in on that one as well. So far from what I've seen, it's just the basic herbs and all that are in the maw, but there's more of them. There's sort of a caveat there. Had my PvP monk with enchanting so I could disenchant the honor gear. But with the way mats are, I'm pretty sure you're going to drop it. Yeah, the way that the mats are with enchanting right now, there is absolutely no need to have enchanting on your main. Definitely no need. In my zone, it'll be like 5 AM when Shadowlands launches. Ouch. That is early. Well, at least that means you can that's somewhat, you could get a reasonable night's sleep in, wake up at 4 AM, and then have an entire 24 hours to just blast through it if you wanted to. For when the game launches at like 1 AM, that's a really awkward time because I don't usually go to bed till like 2, 3 AM. So I'm going to have to completely turn my schedule on its head for the launch of Shadowlands. Don't aggro everything. Please don't aggro everything. I've aggroed everything. What's your expectations for Shadow? Do you think going to be more social friendly? Staying on the easy way mode as the last expansion. I assume you're referring to Shadowlands, not like Shadow in terms of priests. It's more, Shadowlands is going to be slightly more casual friendly on the premise of that you can easily level up alts and there's no detrimental reason to not level up alts. So it's going to incentivize people to kind of play around on a few different characters. There's the natural desire of people to want to do it, to want to level up at least 4 characters so they can have 1 in each covenant. I think that's probably going to be a thing. I certainly want to be able to play the campaign and level characters on all of the covenants. I guess that's personal choice as well a little bit. You can wake up at like 4 AM anyways. The login will be that bad. Well, yeah. I'm gonna hope that if I press the login button as soon as physically possible, then I won't. Hopefully I can be one of the first people into the servers and not sit in a queue. That's what I would hope. This is also another reason for not multi-boxing. Imagine how unlikely it's going to be for me to get 8 accounts in and not sat in a queue. I genuinely, like, just the logistics of multi-boxing the launch is probably going to be a nightmare. I'll probably wait till about a week or so after when things calm down a bit before I start multi-boxing. Because imagine I get 6 of my accounts in and not the other 2. I still can't do what I want to do properly. So, multi-boxing will wait. Last 3 expansions have been fine. Last 3 expansions, you didn't. You think Warlords of Draenor expansion launch was good? Did you get to make your garrison? Oh damn, I lied. There we go. WoD was an absolute shit show. I'm slightly concerned for Shadowlands launch, simply because it shares similarities with Warlords of Draenor. After the shit show that was Warlords of Draenor, they took the active decision to allow people to go in different directions at the beginning of an expansion, so that the server load wasn't all in one place. They specifically made that decision because of server issues. Now in Shadowlands, they've gone back to the old method of railroading everybody down the same path. Unless they stress test the hell out of it, we could unfortunately end up in a similar situation as Warlords of Draenor. I'm really hoping that 6 years later they've fixed their server problems. But let's remember, this is Blizzard, run by Activision, who like to save money. Because the more money you save, the more profit you make, the fatter Bobby Kotick gets. Which does slightly concern me, but we'll have to see. Good discount on IS Boxer at the moment. Is there? It might be time to renew my IS Boxer subscription then. Been thinking about getting into at least 2 boxing. I would say, I mean, everybody that's interested in making gold can definitely take advantage of having at least 2 accounts. Even if you simply just park a dude at the auction house, and that is the only place that guy sits, you could make a token's worth of extra gold just by having a character sat at the auction house while you're doing other stuff. Especially if you've got the luxury of having 2 screens or even 3 screens. You have your main account that you're playing, and then you can just look to the side on your second screen, and you have your banker dude, your auction house dude, even if it's just a guy that sat there crafting inks all day. You don't want to be doing monotonous things like crafting inks on your main character, because there are better things your main character could be doing. So yeah, everybody can benefit from 2 accounts. Whether you choose to... the real power of multi-boxing comes in like when you go 3 accounts plus. 5 accounts is when most people really start to see big benefit from it. Because when you get 5 accounts, you then unlock the ability to start soloing like dungeons, which is really cool for getting yourself geared up quickly. It's really good for getting like if there's any rare drops and things that come from dungeons, you can farm them easily by yourself. Not to mention, it's really fun. That's the main reason I multi-box, not for any efficiency reasons, just because it's fun. People always forget that you should be doing things on the basis of you actually enjoy doing them. There's meant to be a node around here somewhere. Oh, it was literally hiding under all the mobs. Pre-patch start was a kind of a shit show too. Yeah, that's why I'm a little bit concerned about the Shadowlands launch. The fact that even something as simple as pre-patch, they balked it up big time. I mean, there was many hours after the pre-patch launch in the EU that not just a server, nobody could play the game, nobody could log in. It's like, why in 2020, with a company the size of Blizzard's, can they not even launch a pre-patch to a game? Not the expansion launch, the pre-patch, and it still goes completely Pete Tong. It's kind of scary in my opinion. Oh dear, there's a lot of stuff I could potentially aggro out here. This is not good. There is a herb though. And it's not a herb, it's a rich oxane deposit. What do we get out of a rich one? 9 pieces of ore. Tasty. Can we snag this without aggroing, please? I think so. To be fair, it was the biggest overhaul in the game system since Kata, and there is a pandemic going on, so 90% working remotely can't be easy to sync. True, but a company the size of Blizzard's should be able to throw money at that situation to make it not happen. I find it very difficult. If it was a small indie company that is limited on money and resources, then I get it. This is Activision Blizzard we're talking about. A company of their size, with their reputation, I mean, Bobby Kotick could put his hand down the side of his sofa and pull out enough money to, like, buy some more servers. This is a real sneaky place to put an ore patch. Look at this. That is literally all you can see. And this is a rich oxane deposit. What a stupid location. Wow. Blizzard has more money than some countries. Blizzard has more money than most countries. Got to remember, most countries are in huge amounts of debt. Most countries don't own money. They own debt. Wealth is based upon how little debt you own, not how much wealth you have. But yeah, let's not get into. We spend enough time talking about in-game economics. We don't need to talk about outside economics and all. Only relief that pre-patch was bad because no login servers. The Call of Duty launch didn't help. Also, COD Modern Warfare uses the same login server, so it's kind of trash. Yeah, but that still to me that still falls into the category of making excuses for a company where these things just shouldn't happen. Yeah, Bobby Kotick closing the Blizzard HQ in France because he wants a new yacht. Yeah, that's pretty much the sitch. Right, where do we still need to explore in this zone? We still need to go down this area. Maybe we should work our way through and around the House of Constructs, find some nodes that side, then down the left a little bit. That would help out with. Because right now we seem to have got a good amount of ore nodes and herb spots on this side. We've not been down here much. And from last time I did some testing. One thing I should note actually is the ore node, the placement of the ore and herb nodes does seem to be different to what I remember it being. Now, I mean, that could just simply be a case of, like, I've done so much on the beta, I've got so much information in my brain that I can't remember exactly the location of all of it. But it does seem like they've done some element of overhaul to this, even still. But yeah, we need to spend a bit of time down this side of the zone to try and get a balance. It still feels that just running in circles around the Theatre of Pain is likely to be the best farming way to farm out here. Because going into all of these like alcoves or subsections of the zone, it's so tightly packed. There's like literally one path in and one path out, and so you're guaranteed to aggro so much going through there. So unless you have like stealth or something, you're just going to spend most of your time killing things, and the more time you spend killing things, the less time you're actually spending herbing and mining. So it's counterproductive. But right, let's do a lap around the very edge if we can. On my server, 1 gun shoe is 100 gold. Is that a lot? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Preach actually was endorsing the purchase of gun shoes for leveling. He said he bought a stack of 20 gun shoes and still had a few spare after leveling, which was interesting. So you don't need many of them. As even somebody like Preach, who's pretty optimized on things like that, was claiming that yes, gun shoes are beneficial, but you don't need a huge amount of them to get by. But having them is a nice little speed boost for you when you need it. EU average is 325 gold. If you need to buy a stack of 20, then that's like, what, 7k? 7k to save you probably in total, I don't know. That seems quite expensive for what they actually offer, in my opinion. The likelihood is that they're going up in price simply on that basis, that people will start looking them to buy them. Seems a lot for a bad speed boost, yeah. Ooh, a nightshade. I'll take it. It's already been really profitable to come out and do some farming in here, look. Already picked up like 4 or 5 different things. Made a few on 3 different servers, not sold any yet though. Oh, they will sell. They will sell. How long does it take to get from 50 to 60? Your average player without much optimization is going to spend about an hour a level. It's entirely possible if you go into Shadowlands with really good gear and are able to like literally zerg through the first couple of zones because you've got OP raid gear, that you could probably do it in like 8 hours. But I'd imagine your average player with just average gear is probably going to stroll through Shadowlands at about an hour, maybe hour 20 per level. And like I said, I'm talking averages there. I'm not talking about going in with speed boosts, going in with epic, mythic raid gear. I'm not talking about using an optimal leveling loot. I'm just talking about opening up Shadowlands, playing Shadowlands, doing the quests, going through the different zones at a casual pace. You're looking about an hour to an hour 20 per level. So 10 to 12 hours maybe. I mean, to give you an example, people like Mr. GM have spent a lot of time doing leveling on the beta, and even through all of their optimizations and testing for quite possibly weeks, they've really only got it down to about 8 hours. So your average character is probably going to be 10 to 12 hours. Plus, it doesn't help that Blizzard have been changing the EXP requirements and everything almost on a daily basis at the moment on the beta, so it's very difficult to try and actually get a good idea. Did I get a chance to test out multiple speed gems? I haven't tested it, but I'm going to be truthful with you. I very much doubt they stack. I've got dual crafter leveled up. I could look at that. I don't think they're going to multiplicatively stack like that. If you only one of them will give you stats, but they will all benefit from having other gems equipped. How many ores am I getting each time? It seems to be, I mean, I've got the window open here so you can keep track. I've not really actually been paying that much attention, if I'm honest. I'm more trying to find the ore placements than I am anything else. This is a rich node, and I've got 13. Rich nodes are pretty lucrative. But my character's maxed out on both herbing and mining. Death Blossom. We've got four Death Blossom in one go. It seems to be between 3 and 5 is the default number once your skill is max for a basic node. Bet there's going to be some bugged bottleneck quests with slow respawns or whatever. Yeah, this is the thing. Like the amount of time it can take you to level your first character on launch is likely to be very different to what it will be the next time you try and do it. Yes, because you're right. There's always those quests that even if maybe they've forgotten to activate a hyper spawn on a certain mob, and because everybody has to go through the same zone, you may find that you end up waiting for mobs to spawn so you can kill them to complete your quest. Yeah, all of that sort of stuff's going to slow you down for sure. Regarding the speed gems again, I suppose you are kind of right. They should indicate it in the tooltip. The only other thing that they could do is just make it a unique equip gem so that you can only put one in. Same with the health regen one. That would obviously instantly indicate to everybody that, well, you can only have one of these. How did that thing knock me off my mount? One mob. One mob. Shocking. I've just realised I'm getting into what is very much considered a dangerous zone. All the mobs around here are level 60 elites. Well, a lot of them are, should I say. And I've just used my feign death. God damn. Slightly off topic, Jeeves is worth like 9k in materials. Is Jeeves worth like 9k in materials? Jeeves does have the, I mean, although it be very, very rare, he does have the ability to drop some pretty expensive stuff. For example, what's the vendor material that is needed by Dawn Crafters for the Panthers? Was it Orb of Mystery? I mean, it's a 20,000 gold vendor item, but Jeeves has the ability to drop it. So I mean, even if it takes you 6 months, a year, 2 years, the second you get one of those to drop, I mean, it's instantly become worth your while. I mean, that question is literally the same as saying, oh, that's the Blingtron. I always confuse those. Is having a portable repair bot worth 9k to you? I mean, it's subjective. I mean, if you're an engineer, I'd say it's worth it. To be honest, even if you're not an engineer, I'd say it's worth it. But you have to be an engineer to use it, so... get off me, goddamn things. I knew coming in this area was a bad idea. How do I get down there to get that ore node? It's a rich leystrike deposit as well, so I need it. Let's just go ham and burn these down. Has anybody... Well, how long has the stream been live? The stream's been live a couple of hours now. We've probably spent what were we saying, like an hour? Spent about an hour in Maldraxxus, maybe a little bit more. And we've got ourselves like not even a stack of anything. Herbing and mining is going to be an interesting one at launch. Because I'm also on a 190 item level character. If and as and when I accidentally aggro things, I can burn them down pretty quickly. Considerably quicker than most people are going to be able to do it at the beginning of the game. And all the terrain you have to navigate and all of the... simply finding where all of the nodes and stuff spawn. The yield is not going to be great on a per hour basis, even with an optimal route. I was hoping they would have increased this somewhat, but it doesn't look like they have. Now I need to work out how to get back up here. Oh no, now there's 2 more nodes I need to pick up.
Your anima will empower me.
And cheat death once and drop aggro. Probably can't do it again here. I'm probably going to have to kill some stuff now. I'll probably just start multi-boxing when we can fly in Shadowlands. Once flight comes in, obviously everything changes. I mean, I think that's a given. 32 minutes on a Nature Splendor. So it seems to be 20 to 30 minutes, but it's not an exact science. Oh, I killed all of those. Now, where's the node gone? Oh, it's here. It's a Leystrike deposit. Single Leystrike, 5 pieces of ore.
Face the power of necromancy.
How do we get out of this place? This entire zone is still very confusing. I am looking forward to being able to fly in Shadowlands though. I very much get the feeling that being grounded is going to get really frustrating real quick. At least through my time playing the beta. Like, I mean, I've spent what must comfortably be 100 hours now, if not more, on the beta. And I still don't know my way around the zones very well. Admittedly, I've not always spent my time out in the actual world, but... Oh, that's a change. That's an undocumented change. Does anybody notice what I just noticed? That from an Oxane deposit, we also got Elythium ore. We got the rare ore, not necessarily from an Elythium node, but from an Oxane node. That's new. That's very new. That may have happened before, I've just not noticed it. That's the first time I've noticed it. Yes, plus we've got no Flight Master Whistle. Having no Flight Master Whistle can fuck right off. That is one of those quality of life things that doesn't need to be taken away from us. Wonder how many mini games are going to be made by these grappling growths. Feels very much like oh, what was it called? What was the Stormheim? That's the one. We had the grappling hooks in Stormheim, didn't we? Doesn't really seem to be any purpose for doing this though. Spider-Man. Yeah, exactly. Revendreth is going to be a pain to gather in. Actually, Revendreth is pretty simple for gathering, mainly because Revendreth is basically 2 levels. You have the trenches and then you have the cities. So, I mean, I've not actually even unlocked all of it, but these trenches are all down low, virtually all on 1 level. Then when you go into a city, the cities are much, much higher. When it comes to doing gathering like herbalism and mining, you just stick to the trenches. You just do laps in the trenches. There's not much level change. Yeah, the trenches are full of mobs, but deal with it. So are the cities. So Revendreth, although at face value it looks like it's a nightmare to farm in, is actually not that bad. Bastion, I originally thought that Bastion had a lot of level changing, but realistically, Bastion's actually just pretty flat. Ardenweld is a bit different. Ardenweld is kind of like Moldraxxus. There's lots of these like single routes through. Ardenweld is a little bit more open, but there's definitely a lot of level changes in Ardenweld. So it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to farm in. Bastion and Revendreth are going to be pretty simple. There was grappling hooks in Suramar, yes. With the engineering wormhole, can you choose a zone? It seems like it from the description. I've not crafted it or tested it. I've seen that it looks, yeah, it's a bit ambiguous exactly how it works by the tooltip. I'll agree with you on that one. But I've not crafted one or tested it. It's difficult enough to get the materials to even level up the professions. It's even more difficult to then craft every item, to test every item individually. There's a chest somewhere around here. Oh, I bet the chest is up on the top and it's a grappling hook thing. Bet that, well, there it is. There's the... by the way, you can get stuff in the pre-patch to unlock the Bloody Horse Mount now in Westfall. I don't know what that is. Oh, we explored Moldraxxus. Well, how about that? Right, if I'm going to accidentally pull a bunch of these mobs, I might as well pull all of them and just AoE them down. Plus speed stat usually doesn't affect your mounted speed. Your mount usually just increases ground speed by a certain amount or increases flying speed. If you naturally have plus speed on your gear, then that's usually an unmounted stat boost. Because otherwise you'd get druids going like 500% mount speed. If everything's stacked. You desperately want me to test these speed gems, I can tell. We'll finish off in Moldraxxus, and before we go to the moor to do some mining out there, we'll craft up some speed gems and we'll have a look. Love the stream and your new videos. Tons of info as always. Love from California. Oh, well, thank you. Very much appreciate. Glad to have you in the stream. Hope you're enjoying. Where's this ore node? What is it? It's hiding over there, look. I can see it. Where's my pet gone? Can you aggro everything, pet? Thank you very much. Where's this one? A lacerite deposit. See, this is my example again. There's virtually no way to not aggro a whole bunch of stuff out here when you're doing urban mining. This is also one of those things that although it doesn't look like speed sets are going to be much of a thing in Shadowlands anymore, because obviously of the changes to the relics, which meant that we can't stack gem slots like we might want to get like speed sets. The fact that if you have a well-geared druid and use this time effectively in the pre-patch to gear your druid up to the teeth, the more gear you can get on your druid, the better. Even for farming, simply because you are going to have to carve through mobs at a ridiculous rate. And if you pick Threads of Fate for your leveling approach for your druid, because it's your ult, all of the mobs will scale to you. So all of the mobs will be like level 50, 51, 52, whatever level you are. But if you are absolutely decked out to the teeth, your time to kill is going to be considerably faster than what a level 60 character with fresh Shadowlands gear is. I have a druid with 132 item level. So that's the kind of level of gear that you need. That means that from levels 50 to 54, you are just going to crunch through mobs when you need to when gathering. It's going to be a huge advantage to gather on a lower level character. Or at least I feel it's going to be. So level my leatherworking first and send crafted gear to my druid. No, you want to take BFA gear. Because end game BFA gear is going to be way more powerful than anything. Relatively, that's what I'm talking about. You're taking advantage of the fact that mobs will scale to your level, but on a relative scale, you will be super geared to the teeth, and so just be able to delete mobs. Whereas right now, I'm level 60, I've got reasonable gear, and it still takes me a while to just kill any random thing in the game. A decked out level 50 druid will be able to gather considerably faster than a level 60, in my opinion. It's hard to quantify that without doing some real specific testing. But if you've got a super decked out druid in live right now, if they're going to be your gatherer when we get into Shadowlands, you'll do well out of that. Trust me, you'll do well. I'm now at the point where I'm getting slightly bored of Moldraxxus. The monotone grey zone is making my brain hurt. So let's half back over to Oribos, dump our loot in the bank, and then we can go over to the moor and see what's happening over there. But the druid will level up with gathering. Should I lock the level then? I'm not giving any exact answers to this sort of thing. I'm just saying in general, a super decked out level 50 character will have a faster time to kill than a level 60 character with like normal heroic dungeon gear. I mean, the dude I'm running around with at the moment is item level 190. But remember, item level doesn't matter. We're not talking about getting a level 50 with a super high item level. We're simply talking about the relative, the HP of the mobs and the damage that you're able to output. At level 50, a super decked out level 50 is going to have a much higher time to kill of a mob than a level 60 character would. I guess we can stop this timer now. We don't need that timer. We'll put some stuff in the bank. We're getting a reasonable amount of meat and fish out of these things though. But nothing that's rare. We're just getting like callous hide, deviate leather, some basic meat, couple of fish. Nothing too crazy. Right, let's head to the moor. Oh, I said we'd do speed gems, didn't we? Which character is my... Although, the problem may be is that I don't have any gear with gem slots in. And I don't have an easy way to get gear with gem slots in. Because the PvP gear doesn't have gem slots in. Which means I can't really even test it. Yeah. I don't think I can test. Or maybe I can... Maybe I can do something. Let's have a look. You said a Jeeves can drop an orb for Panther. I meant the Blingtron. Blingtron, not Jeeves. I should hopefully have... Okay, I've got a couple of... I can put a neck piece on that has a socket. I should also be... If I don't already have some, I can probably craft a couple of rings. These all have sockets by default. So we put the rings on. So we've got 1, 2... hang on, what's going on here? Are these unique equipped? Ah, they're fucking unique equipped. Okay, well, we've still got 2 gem sockets. We've got 1 on the neck, 1 on a ring. We make, was it straddling jewel doublet thing? That's the one. Make 2 of these. You get 13 speed for each gem you have socketed. So let's put 1 in. Where did they go? 1 in here. Fly. Boom. Alright. It gave us 12 speed rather than the advertised 13 for some reason. Maybe there's a rounding issue there. Okay. But now let's add a second one into here. You have the maximum number of those socketed. It said something on the screen. Oh, they have changed it. Look, the tooltip. They're unique equip. There we go. There's your answer. Unique equip. What might be interesting is, are they then unique equip? Oh, I don't have the revitalizing one because I'm not honoured. So 12 with another Shadowlands gem. I mean, it's a bit odd that it says increases your speed by 13 for each Shadowland gem, when in actual fact it's increasing it by 12, not 13. Which is a bit odd. You would have hoped that well, maybe it's a bug. Let's report it as a bug. Revitalizing. Hang on. Revitalizing. Jewel. Doublet. Can't spell. Tool tip says 13 speed when equipped. Equipped has 2 Ps. When equipped, only 12. Wrong gem name, by the way. Oh, derp. It's straddling, isn't it? Thank you. Is it? What is it? Straddling. Straddling jewel doublet. There we go. Says 13 when equipped, only 12. Boom. There we go. If you press F6 on the item, you submit the bug item immediately, no? Isn't that what I did? Didn't I do that? I thought that's what I did. Either way. Either way, bug reported. Almost all of my druid gear has sockets, so just wondering if I can put Shadowlands gems in them. As long as the gear is above item level 87, then yes. In Shadowlands, there any new Shadowlands gear is I guess that's all of my if you bring in gear, if you've spent a lot of time farming out gear with gem slots on in BFA, can you bring all of that gear into Shadowlands and just have? I wonder to what extent does the restriction on item slots and gems kick in? Is it? I mean, obviously Shadowlands gear that you get. But if you still want to have a lower level BFA decked out character, who knows? Who knows? I don't have a decked out druid on live, so it's kind of difficult for me to test. My druid's just in scrub gear right now. But that's a possibility. I mean, it literally says the tooltip literally goes. Why is? Oh, hang on.
I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target.
What's going on?
Something first.
There we go. The tooltip says requires item level 87. Each Shadowlands gem you have socketed. Other Shadowlands gems, they just have a level requirement. So in theory, if you've got a decked out druid that's got gem slots in each of your in each piece of gear, and you have them have a single speed gem in it, and you stack Shadowlands gems in the rest of the gear slots, I don't see any reason why you couldn't end up with a very speedy druid. I mean, it's super niche, but I imagine it's possible. Difficult to tell. Like I said, it's even with access to the beta, I can't directly test everything. It's a shame, but yeah, if you've got a druid that's in mythic gear, you could do pretty well off the back of that. Quite possibly. But let's go do some herbalism and some mining out in the moor, and we'll try and take note of exactly what we get as well. So I've dumped all of our materials back in the bank so that we have empty bags. An empty material bag, should I say. Speed gem and heal gem are locked behind what? The speed gem you get just from leveling. It's honoured with somebody. I can't remember who it's honoured with, but it's honoured with somebody. Right, we're in the moor. Let's see how long we can spend herbing and mining out here before the jailer starts to slap us about a bit. Before we do that, I do need to quickly take a bathroom break, so I will be back with you guys in 2 minutes. Keep yourself occupied by hitting that like button, and if you feel inclined, follow me on Twitter. Alrighty, let's get going. So, we're in the moor. Do we see what's going on here? We've got a few ore nodes appearing out here already. I guess we just go do some exploring. Do we think we should probably use this time and actually do some daily quests and stuff out here as well? Let's kill many birds with all the stones. Let's go see what Venari wants ever so quickly. I can't remember quite how much I've unlocked with this dude. Be worthwhile trying to get the full moor experience if we can. Kill Inquisitor Devaki and find out how he's trying to track Venari. Okay.
Maintain a list of those who might wish to end your existence. Do not flatter yourself.
It's interesting how like the daily icons are not showing out here anymore, like they were a few days ago. It's a bit of a weird situation. I really don't understand what Blizzard's game plan is for the more long term. But let's try and go down here and see what goes. Beast warrens tend to be a bit difficult to get to. The weird thing is the moor looks like a pretty big zone, but in reality we get to explore this bit. anytime you try and go further than just outside of this bit, it starts to get more difficult. And there's a lot of lag out here right now. 166 ms, and we're only getting 50 FPS out here in all. Feels a little bit like Ardenworld in terms of really laggy. Can we make our way over this way before the game like tells us no, turn around, it's a bad idea? There's a drained soul though. Now this rescuing the souls quest, I have a feeling this is actually an old quest that's now not in the game. Return lost souls, rescue souls in the moor. Now see, this is 20. This is pretty big. I have a feeling this has been changed. It's only 5 in the game actually now. I think it's just unpowered Stygia. What do we do with this then? Apparently nothing. Maybe that becomes a thing at some point. Are sockets in gear in Shadowlands RNG? There is an element of that. Any piece of gear that drops, just like anything else, has a chance to have a socket on it. But there is a way, by spending time out in the moor, you can guarantee yourself more sockets on gear. You can spend the Stygia. You can spend Stygia on an item to basically equip a socket on a piece of gear, but it's quite expensive. It's not something that you're going to be able to just like do very quickly. It's going to take a lot of grinding out here, put it that way. Let's grab ourselves one of these mount things though. They only last a minute, but a minute's better than nothing. It doesn't appear we can go down into Perdition's Hold without having a 200% damage debuff. Is not what we want. Does alchemy require rep? There's alchemy requires something. Dude, look at my spreadsheet. I can't remember. I think the souls, the main transmute, the soul stone, is something that's on alchemy. The cauldron you need revered with the wild hunt, and the shade stone needs honoured with the avowed. What is this? A stone prison. Is there going to be a soul in here then? Oh, it triggered a nature's splendor. Weird. Okay. How early on can you start grinding the rep for the avowed? On your first character, you need to be level 57. Simply because that's basically the requirement for you to even get into Revendreth. But once in Revendreth, you can start it straight away. On your alt, if you choose Threads of Fate, you could arguably then go straight to Revendreth and start it straight away. So 50, 51, something like that. Hey up, and Nightshade. I'll take it. 3 pieces of nightshade. I always defended that Jawncrafters should be the ones to add sockets to gear. Well, yeah. To allow anybody to do it by just buying a vendor item. That is like, well, why are you doing this when you have a profession in the game called jewel crafting? Why are they not the ones that allow you to do this? There's the obvious option there to add flavour to professions, and they're choosing not to. Doesn't, I agree, it doesn't make sense. But a lot of what Blizzard do nowadays doesn't make sense to me. Once you choose a zone in Threads of Fate, can you change it to something else? You just get free travel. You get the ability to travel wherever you want if you choose Threads of Fate. Every time you enter a zone, you get like basically a fill the bar quest, which is telling you to just complete world quests out there, all this sort of stuff. And when you fill the bar, you get a big old chunk of experience. Theoretically, by the time you've filled the bar in all 4 zones, you should have probably dinged 60. That's kind of how it's meant to work, at least. I'm not entirely sure how accurate that is, but that's the theory. Let Jawncrafters make an optional reagent to add sockets. Well, you joke, but that was in the game. In the alpha, that was a thing. They removed that for, in my opinion, no reason whatsoever. They removed it so that they give you... The issue is Blizzard obviously wanted the Maw to be a big endgame zone. They obviously have had lots of ideas for the Maw, but have not had development time to implement them. And so they've had to find some reason to make you spend time out here. So they were like, fuck gem slots. We'll make people farm out here for gem slots. People always want gem slots, right? And so now that's one of the defining reasons why you'll spend time out here, so that you can put gem slots on your gear. But yes, they've implemented that at the expense of professions, like face value. How long will it take to get to max level? Yeah, 8 to 12 hours roughly. I'm not sure what's killing me, but something is definitely killing me. Because I seem to all of a sudden have no health for some reason. And I'm nowhere near the dude. The Maw's the new Timeless Isle 3.0. The Maw still feels very empty though. And it feels more empty. I hate the fact that the Maw is called Maw. The fact that you can't mount out here makes it feel even more empty than it probably is. There's probably lots of stuff to do here, but it takes you so goddamn long to get places because you can't mount up. It makes the whole zone feel completely empty. It's just like the world feels a lot smaller as soon as you get flying, because in relative terms, in terms of travel time, it is. That's the point. Oh, we were meant to be going the other way. We were meant to be going that way. Plus a mistake like that of running in the wrong direction for 30 seconds is just like, oh, so frustrating. It should give us basic flight paths if we choose Threads of Fate. I believe they do. I think you at least have a couple of the flight paths. If you get Torghast level 8, well, yeah, obviously that's going to be a thing. The frustration that they develop by not allowing you to mount up is going to, in turn, naturally promote Torghast, Because if you complete Torghast a whole bunch, you then get a mount. So then you can mount in in the Moor. It's ridiculous. This is a rich Elythium deposit though, by the way. Just watch how much ore we get from this. 12 Elythium ore. Yes, please. Love it. Take you a long time to get the mount though, at least 8 weeks. Or don't you have access to you have access to 2 of the 8 wings of Torghast each week though, so in theory it should only be 4, right? Assuming you don't get duplicates. Well, I might be wrong with that. I'm not. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure how you go about. Actually, how you go about getting them out. So, with war mode on, the Moor will be fun. Yeah, I don't think so. I can't imagine anybody's going to spend time out here with war mode on. There's virtually no reason to, unless of course you enjoy world PvP. I mean, it's bad enough that you got the jailer like watching over you. What is this? A random shard. Nascent shard. What did that do? Increase movement speed by 10%. Damage increased by 10%. 13 seconds remaining. Oh, it gave me a speed boost for 10 seconds. Great. More is instanced or open world? Thought it was instanced. No, there's definitely other people out here, look. I mean, there's a dude over there just doing his thing. It's no more open world or no more instanced than the rest of the zones. Is this the dude I'm meant to be killing? I think it is. There are wings and floors and levels and rooms. Torghast is complicated. Yeah, I get the confusion. I mean, I must admit I've not played through Torghast all that much. As it's one of those things that you just do for fun. My time on the beta is not about doing things for fun. My time on the beta is for testing things. The time for playing Torghast a lot and doing it for fun is when it's actually in the game. Catch 30 Stygia erupting from the soul well. Okay. Seems pretty straightforward. $23. Get to this one. This one's going to be a good one. Boom. Oh, where did these things come from? Who aggroed these? Have I collected all this yet? Have I done it? I think I have. It's still continuing for that other dude, that's why. The thing to note is that the only ore that's out here is rare stuff. We've only found Nightshade, I think. Look at our bags. We've got Nightshade and we've got Elythium. That's literally all we've found out here. Ah, I'm dying again. What's going on? What's killing me? Hang on. Let's just kill some stuff. Too much is going on right now. Rooted. Why am I rooted but not able to attack at the same time? This is odd. Okay, sure. Oh, I'm going to die. I'm absolutely going to die. It's lagging to all hell. Maybe we just F out of this. What is going on? I'm really reluctant to die because if you die you drop half of your Stygia and then have to come back to get it. Hang on, this thing's still aggroing me. No, he's not. No, he's not. I escaped. My pet died. We're good. We're good. Okay. Right, ignore killing him. We've got what we need to get. Let's go back to Venari, hand this in. There's a bonus objective turned up. Oh, there's me pressing my mount button again. Don't seem to be able to collect those souls, even though they're just standing there. Oh, if I kill this dude, I can steal his mount. That'll give me a nice bit of movement speed for 60 seconds. I think I've got to give myself hiccups. Not something you want on stream. Boom, now we're off. Now we're flying. Zippity zipping. 52 seconds left. Let's see if we can get back to Venari in 52 seconds. Shadowlands zones are 6 separate islands. Yes, if you take a look at the map, it's all separated. So we've pissed the jailer off enough that we're at basically level 1. At level 1 in the Maw, the Soul Seekers attack you on sight. So there's a mob out here that looks like a floating eye that basically goes around, and for the most part they ignore you. But if you piss the jailer off enough to level 1, then they will attack you on sight rather than being neutral to you.
My cartel has been sending agents into the Maw for some time. A dangerous assignment, but the lure of valuable information has a certain appeal to my kind.
Alright, sure. I think the daily quests are still hidden to us on the basis that we're still... the Return Lost Souls, although it's part of our Covenant, I think it's still considered one of the introductionary quests to the Maw. So maybe we need to finish that one off, go hand that back in, and then when we come back to the Maw, there might be some more stuff. There might be an increased amount of stuff for us to do in the Maw. Got to be really careful with my vocabulary because I hate using the same word twice in a sentence. There's more stuff to do in the Maw. Sounds silly. Right, so let's find some of these lost souls then. 20 souls rescued. What's that up there? That's not a soul. Guessing the souls are the little ghost things that are appearing on the map. There's a rich leystrite. Oh no, it's not a rich leystrite, it's an lithium deposit. God damn. Hang on, did I fall down? No, I didn't. The disadvantage of a British pronunciation. Well, yeah, true. I am liking the fact though, if you do spend time out here, the only materials you are finding are the rare ones. Now, don't ask me what I think that will do on the economy because I have no idea. But it's interesting that if you're somewhat going to be forced to spend time out here, if you want to play in any sort of optimal fashion. Simply because whether it just be something as simple as making your time in Torghast more manageable, or basically the Venari dude, the quartermaster for out here, has recently had a whole bunch of new stuff added to it to somewhat try and incentivize you to be out here in the first place. So you're going to spend time out here because Blizzard want you to spend time out here. But at least while you are spending time out here, if you're a herbalist and a miner, the resources that you pick up are going to be the valuable ones. So it's sort of, at least sort of is somewhat worth your time being out here. This is one of those soul seekers, for example. This dude normally would be yellow, so he wouldn't attack me. But because I've been out here for a while and I've done enough things, like you kill rares, this bar increases. You complete quests out here, this bar increases. It's now so that these guys will actually attack me, whereas normally they'd just leave me alone. But luckily they're not actually that dangerous, so I'm not too fussed.
You are not equipped to enter the beast.
These guys, on the other hand, are a bit more dangerous. Maybe this thing is dangerous enough. Oh, okay, it's dead, sure. Periodically driven mad. Right, well, I wonder what being driven mad means. Right, well, there appears to be... Oh, that's the periodically get driven mad. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's what being driven mad is then. You get feared and you take a buttload of damage. Great. You lost a portion of your Stygia. Return to your corpse to recover it. Oh, wonderful. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, big oof. This is my point, that there are sections that the moor doesn't look very small. It looks like quite a big place, but when you can't go to half of it because it instantly kills you, and you know why you can't go to half of it, it's because Blizzard hasn't developed the moor so that there's anything to do out there. So it's probably not even worth your while to try and get out there in the first place. But I was only going there because that's where it said I needed to pick up these souls from. But apparently they're not going to be over there. I'm wondering if I should abandon that quest and try and take it again, because I don't think... Oh, I can mine these. What do these give me? Some stone. That gets you mad. It's so appropriate. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Everything, all of the design elements of this zone seem to want to do nothing but just annoy you. And there's a very fine balance between, if the rewards are good enough, you'll put up with being annoyed. If the rewards are not there, and you get annoyed too much, you just won't do it. Because why would you? And I think Blizzard have struggled to find that balance. Like, there's nowhere near enough... There's nowhere near enough for you to actually do out here that feels rewarding and compelling. Certainly not enough to counteract the fact that it's just annoying to be here. You can't mount. Things hit like a truck, even with reasonable gear. I randomly get feared and died without any without any like forewarning. I can understand why everybody dislikes this place, because there's a lot about it that's to dislike. What's a runed Stygian shard? Oh. Haste increased by 20%, leech increased by 10%, corruption applied on removal. Horrified, shadow damage dealt every 1 second. So it basically took more than half of my health off, just randomly being feared. Well, it's safe to say that we're not going to stay out here then. But where's the reason I'm here is because I want my Stygia back. Thank you. Now let's get the truck out of here. High-end players are going to be forced to be there because of sockets in our gear. Yeah, well, this is the problem. Like, it's been designed in a fashion that if you want to be competitive, you have to do this. But it's not fun in the slightest. And a game should, first and foremost, be fun. But right, where are we going to find these souls then? Considering we've only got 8 of them so far. And I don't think we unlock half of the zone's potential until we have at least this one quest finished. Because I think it's a starter quest that will unlock stuff after it. Now these icons, imprisoned soul, you would assume is what we need to gather. But what do they say about assumption? You can't spell assume without making an ass out of you and me or something? I don't know what it is. I'll have some nightshade though either way. So these stone prisons, we should kill these stone prisons. And in theory, that something should happen, but that something doesn't happen. And yet it's launching in less than a month, they've learnt nothing. Forced to farm mementos and visions. Yeah, this is it. Like, please do this content that's supposed to be fun and somewhat optional. Please be forced into believing that you have to do it to stay competitive. It's not compelling. I genuinely think there's only so far, or only for so long, can Blizzard keep creating things that are not fun and get away with it. Don't know why I need to kill this, but it's almost dead already, so I'm going to anyway. Is this... Oh, you kill this dude and it's a world quest. Nice. Or it's a bonus objective even. 14 Stygia. Was that it? Benari judges you more worthy. You gain 40 reputation. Sure. Souls I want though. Give me souls. I need more souls. What am I going to be doing in the next couple of days? Visions. Have to go rank up my cloak. I've unlocked the legendary cloak on all of the characters that I plan to bring into Shadowlands. Or, sorry, I'm in the process of unlocking the cloak. There's no way I'm going to level it up. Hell no. These stone prisons don't seem to have anything in them. Is the Jailer's Gaze a daily thing? How long does it take to reset to 0? I believe it resets when the daily quests reset. So yeah, if you I mean, there is that element of time gating to this zone as well. It just feels odd. So they're going to force you to be here, but if you spend too much time here, they're going to forcibly remove you from the zone. It's like, well, do you want me to be here or not? So, not only are you going to force me to have to be here, now you're going to force me to not only be here when I don't want to be here, you're going to force me to repeatedly be here, but only for a small period of time every day. Just so it's not so annoying that you quit the game. I'm trying to work out the design philosophy. At what point were they creating this zone and we thought that will be fun? I don't think they've thought that even once. Although these stone prisons seem to be giving me souls now at least. One 125 item level for rank 1, 155 item level for rank 15. Well, yeah, I guess in some weird and wonderful way it makes it beneficial to rank up your cloak, but are those item levels on one piece of gear worth that amount of time to you? Unfortunately, I imagine if you're a Mythic Raider, the answer is probably yes. But value on time is very subjective. Smouldering Ego, welcome to my friend, welcome back. Today we are in the Shadowlands beta. We are doing a little bit of testing, primarily focused on herbalism and mining. But at the moment, we realise that we've not really done any farming out in the moor. So, in the name of killing two birds with one stone, we decided to do some farming out here. Do a little bit more testing in the moor, see what the situation is with this place in a bit more detail. And we've not got much further than that. So, is there a daily Stygia cap? Not so much a cap on the Stygia itself, but the jailer's tolerance of allowing you to even be here. When this bar gets to like full, you're basically done for. The jailer basically one-shots you. I'm now at stage 2 out of 5, which is your actions in the moor incur the eye of the jailer, which will bring about increasing threats. Currently, soul seekers will attack me on sight instead of being neutral to me, and towers bombard your location, dealing damage and slowing you. If not being able to mount was not frustrating enough, you now get randomly slowed against your will. If one of these things hits you, for example, you take a debuff. So you've got to keep moving. Where are... Oh, let's not fall down a big hole. You can blink out of the slow. Oh, well, that's at least some benefit. Now there's a soul over here somewhere. Oh no, there's an lithium deposit. Oh, my pet's dead. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right, you can stop doing whatever it is you're doing. Don't aggro the big dude. Please don't aggro the big dude. I come in peace. Well, I really don't, but that's what people say when they don't want to get attacked. I don't want to attack him because he's a rare. Where's this soul? Oh, there it is. There's a stone prison at least. Shit, I'm taking a lot of damage here. Let's just go ham and kill things. Where are all these mobs spawning from? Will you relax? Thank you. Ah, apparently it's up top somewhere, by the looks of things. Aha, imprisoned soul. 14. Getting there. All of this before we can even do any of the daily activities by the looks of things. Now we've killed that one and there was no soul in it.
I need to get closer.
The only thing I kind of like of is that it encourages level grouping up. Yeah, on the basis that things hit harder. Or the sheer lack of content though is not great reason. These things, for example, this is a soul seeker. That will now attack me, and if I stayed in that thing, I'd take a debuff. I can't find where these souls are. Oh, there's one's there. Look. Oh, it did spawn one. Nice. What's that? That's going to be 15. 16 even. Slowly but surely. More is going to be the buggiest shit show ever. Yeah, without trying to sound too negative about the whole situation, I think I agree, yeah. This Rescue Souls quest, though, I picked this up a long time ago on this character. I have a feeling that the most current up-to-date version of this quest is actually only 5, not 20. Although this could be the weekly quest. Oh, this is the weekly one. It'll get me 20. Or maybe they have changed it. Maybe they've upped it, because this was 5 last time I saw it. Oh, I don't know. It's really difficult to kind of keep track of these things. Oh, okay. So now I got hit by one of those things. Now I got to click on all of these before I can move freely again. Sure, that makes sense. I definitely didn't hit the ground there before I disengaged. Just saying. Let's go down this way. Not explored down this way yet. Merc, how we doing? Welcome back. Good to have you. Happy Friday to you as well. Oops, wrong button. Sure, whatever. Come on, there's got to be some spirits around here. Look, there's so many floaty things going on. Why are all these spirits only in one spot? There's this Wrath of the Jailer. What's that all about then? No, I was definitely well outside of that. God damn. At least the speed enchant's going to sell well. On this basis, that speed gem is going to sell like absolute hotcakes because nobody's going to want... I feel bad for classes that are just inherently slow by nature. I mean, obviously, like, I've got the Pathfinder ability, which gives me 30% movement speed to begin with. I feel bad for, like just paladins and stuff that just naturally quite slow. I'm dead again. I'm dead again. 4 seconds on my heal. Why were you guys talking Garrison earlier? I have no idea. No, don't get hit by that. Oh, hang on, who are you? You're not good. Do pet things, for the love of God. Now I've got no health again. How are we going to navigate this then without dying? This could be somewhat of a challenge. Let's absolutely make sure our pet doesn't die, just like that. Fuck this game. F already. Oh, for the love of God. Stupid game. Right. Looks like we're corpse running. Imagine playing a Death Knight. Yeah, exactly. Like, classes that are just inherently slow are going to have a real bad time out here. Well, I lost 45 Stygia for that death. I can go back and get my body and claim it back again. At the very least. How do we get back to where we're meant to be? We're on the other side of this thing. Let's just zoom across here then. It's an aimless soul. What do you do? Oh, you're just a thing. Okay, sure. No, I'm not attacking things. I'm just running away. Leave me alone. Oh no, I haven't got a pet either. My pet's dead. Fun and engaging mechanics. This whole place is simply designed to annoy you. There's no other way to describe it. Other than everything here is designed to annoy you. It's crazy. Right, well this is a dude apparently we can kill. Why are we killing him? He's just a bonus objective. It's nice that the bonus objective didn't even show on my map. Sure. Let's kill him then. Let's just go ham. Just pepper these guys until they die. I think killing his ads first is going to be wise. It's definitely going to incentivize grouping though. I think I'm with you on that one. Oh, my pet's dead. Fuck this. Oh, my... Relax, it's just a game. It's just a game. That means I've officially lost, like, all of the Stygia. I'm going to scream. In fairness, that dude was level 62. So there's a good chance that I probably wasn't really meant to be able to solo that. But even still. I want the helpless soul. Give me the soul. I need to collect the soul. You hands off it. Give me the soul. I mean, I don't have a pet. Of course I have a pet. Ah, balls this up again. Leave me alone. No, don't you touch me. Don't you touch me. 0 health points here right now. Oh my god. Simply the art of just not dying in this place is a nightmare. Die already. Why did I ever aggro you? Right, let's get out of here. Which way are we going? This way. Oh no, this is not good. Not good, not good, not good. Whew, got a heal off. And this is with, exactly, and this is with like 190 item level gear. I know I'm a pretty terrible player on average. But like, holy smoke, this place is seriously out to kill you. Hakuna Matata. Yeah, I agree. And this is a combination of, it's a hunter, which is a naturally more tanky class because you have a pet. I've got reasonably good gear in comparison to what you will certainly have when you first enter the Maw. Alright, counteract by the fact that I'm not the best player of the game. I'm not using consumables, I'm not going min-max, I'm trying to stream and provide some element of entertainment at the same time, which is always going to cause problems. But, all of that said, this place is still trying to kill you. Imagine being a mage who is traditionally just a glass cannon. Admittedly, you can help your case by going frost, and then you've got a pet to tank for you and stuff, but still, you come out here as fire, you're just going to get wrecked. You aggro more than one thing at a time and you are donezo. Hang on, hang on. We can kill this. Somebody else is killing this dude. Thank you very much. I'll take that. Oh shit, of course. I got myself some reputation, but I'm also now being hunted by assassins. Great news. I think our time in the moor is coming to a close very quickly. We need to get back to Veneri, actually. So we can turn our Stygia into something useful. How do we get back to going where we're meant to be going? Let's go this way. I played as Arcane and it wasn't too bad. Trying to entertain with no dog cam. Oh, I suppose I'm a terrible person. Look, my biggest problem with my dogs is that they don't sit still. Dog cams are only beneficial. Samadan has his cat cam because cats sit there and they don't do anything. You can rely on a cat to just sit there. My dogs, nah. They might sit in their bed for like 5 minutes and then they're off. Oh, hang on. Look, there's an assassin now that's come to get me. Let's pew pew. Who are you trying to mislead? Hey, I can't help it. Oh, hang on. What's this? Worn Obleron etching. Venari would be fascinated by it. Sure, let's take it to Venari. We're trying to get to him anyway. Who's at the door? Or has my wife just decided she's had enough and she's left me? Don't know. No message. Right, let's slowly try and get ourselves out of here. We've still only got, what was it, 15? Oh, we got 18. Oh, we need 2 more. Oh, we've got to get those last 2, haven't we? We can't leave this zone with just 2 more. That's going to be annoying. You bet we won't find any, though. You don't have the teleport to Veneri item. I probably do. I do actually have one of those. But I would really like to get these last 2 souls. And then we could probably say, right, we're just done with the Maw for today. Or at least on this character. There's a grapple point. I've not seen one of those before. Come on, don't get stuck down here. Does the missus play WoW? No. The closest thing to playing games for her is playing Heyday on her phone. That's literally it. I do enough gaming for the both of us, put it that way. The Elite Assassins are pretty tough. I didn't have too much trouble killing it a second ago, but like I said, once again, as gearing goes, I'm pretty decked out compared to what a lot of characters will be. Sure, by the time the raid comes out and stuff, you'll have much more opportunities for gear than I've got right now, but we're sort of focusing on the first week or so of play. Yes, Stone Prison's mine. Come on, I need 1 more soul. It's there. Don't despawn on me. Boom! Right, get the truck out of here. I'm being hunted. An assassin's on my tail. Where is he? Inflict shadow damage every 5 seconds. At 10 stacks, you succumb to a soul collapse. That's not good either, is it? Make a video of the wife trying Exile's Reach. That would be interesting. It probably would, apart from the fact that she doesn't particularly want to be on stream.
My new partner.
Right, have this quest thing, whatever that is. How much of this Stygia business have we got? We've got 230. What the hell is this? ZZ Old Sanctum Anima Weaver, ZZ Old Sanctum Architect. Okay, sure. I think we need 250 Stygia before we can turn it into. Where is it? Wasn't there an item that you could buy? Enables transport. Well, let's take a quick look at everything that Venari offers. Just get our bearings here. Increases your movement speed and makes you invisible to enemies. 5-minute cooldown, 5 charges. So it's basically 10 Stygia every time you press the button. Soul Winning Scepter. Bond your soul with that of a nearby ally, increasing all primary stats of your ally and yourself by 5%. 10 charges. So it's 5 Stygia every time you press the button. Vessel of Unfortunate Spirits. When in Torghast, your first death does not count. Okay, sure. Extra dimensional pockets. Gain extra storage space while in Torghast, allowing Obleron armaments to be found and used in higher amounts. Oh, that's the thing you pick up for like... Okay, sure. So there's a lot of things that boost your time in Torghast. Enable transportation via chaotic rift stones, which can be found in the moor. This is an essential item in my books. Because getting around anything that can help you get around this place more effectively is definitely worth it. Animated levitating chain, permanent upgrade to the moor. Bind the segment of chain to your own will, allowing you to direct it to some nearby locations. Well, that's ambiguous. What the hell does that mean? Morat cannon. Launch an exploding Morat at your target, dealing AoE damage and killing the Morat. Can only be used in Torghast. Okay, sure. At this point we need more reputation. It's the grappling hook. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, that should have been apparent actually. I should have worked that out for myself. Surround yourself in sticky goo, dealing 5,500 damage to any more rats within 15. Oh, this is another Torghast thing. Sticky fingered skeletal hand. Attempt to bypass certain wards and locks in Torghast. Okay, a lot of this stuff is just like, if you're in Torghast, this is a bonus. Anima Flow Teleporter. What's our standing with Venarius? We're apprehensive. 150 out of 6,000. Actually leveling up this dude potentially could take a long ass time. Oh, there's hundreds of things. I'm not entirely sure I could be bothered to go through all of this. There's crazy amounts. Well, this is the gem thing. Add a socket to Shadowlands item if you do not already have one. So not only are you going to need to be... requires you to be appreciative with Venari. What's Venari's... why can't he just be a reputation like everything else? Why does he have to have this silly... can we search for Venari and find out what his... I bet he doesn't even, I bet Wowhead's got no idea what's going on about him now, does he? Purveyor of... that's the dude. Okay, sells a bunch of stuff. Oh, why am I trying to use Wowhead? It's useless right now. When you complete certain items, I might be able to find something on my list here. Like, I don't know exactly what it was I did here, but Venari judges you more worthy, 40 reputation gained. It's for what just doing stuff out in the moor. You gain reputation with him.
Will that be all, Mo Walker?
But there seems to be no way to like see. I mean, you can see what does apprehensive mean? What are the different levels? Why can't we just use neutral, honored, neutral, friendly, honored, revered, exalted? Everybody knows what those means. Why do we have to have something new with this dude that I then don't understand? Literally everything in the mall wants to annoy you. Everything. It's virtually impossible for me to try and find information on Wowhead about it right now. What about the Shadowlands? Can I select the zone by itself? There's the Eye of the Jailer. Venari and Stygia. Here we go. Okay, right, so some clarification. No, stupid. Right, so we have Venari Reputation Guide. Check that out in a minute. So, dubious, apprehensive, tentative, ambivalent, whatever the hell that means, cordial, and then appreciative. Fresh and engaging mechanics. Right, so, yes, of course he doesn't have normal reputations because that would be sensible. Instead you have a standing with him and he has 6 reputation levels. I mean, this is a lot of rep. So considering you need to be, what was it, appreciative before you get the good stuff, like the gem things. Oh, these are in somewhat of an ordered list. Is there a way to make this screen look more Oh, no, I don't want adverts. I want the actual content to be wider. There we go. So, dubious, apprehensive, tentative. Are these in order? They are. So you need to get to... You need to get to cordial before you can buy the gem socket things. Isn't this like the Tiller's rep, not a faction type rep? Yeah, it seems to be that sort of thing. So you got to get to here. So you need 12,000, 18,000, 21,000 reputation with Venari before you can buy a gem slot token thing. Even when you've got there, you still need 2,500 Stygia per gem slot. That's monstrously crazy. You are going to be camping the moor for a long... I feel so bad for people that are like heavy into raiding. There's just systems on top of systems on top of systems in Shadowlands. Now, for the most part, I just won't bother because I'm not into endgame raiding. It's not super beneficial for me to do it, so I just won't. But people that feel inclined to do it because they need to be competitive, ouch. I mean, if you farm that much rep, you're likely to have Stygia. Maybe for one. But what if you need 2 or 3 of these things? That's 2,500 per gem slot. If you've got 3 pieces of gear that you would like a gem slot on that don't already, you're up the creek without a paddle. Then on top of that, there's the Is this, that's not the one, it's this one, isn't it? The Unbound Reality Fragment. This is the one that will give you a conduit that you don't have, or will upgrade your lowest rank conduit. So you are going to need thousands and thousands of Stygia on every character. That's the thing to note, that Stygia is considered a currency. So it's not even like you get a token that eventually you can send that token to your alts to level them up quickly. This is a built-in currency. This is going to be per character. It's going to be a scary one. Let's look at that. There was a Venari rep guide. Let's see what this has got to say. Let's see if it's ridiculous as we think it might be. So this is also, I gotta state that Wowhead is struggling to keep the data up to date on their website. So we'll read this, we'll take it with a grain of salt. Venari is a faction composed of a singular dude with the same name that is in the Maw. Players will want to gain reputation with Venari because she possesses an array of items that make your time spent completing the content easier, such as some cipher thing, sure. Additionally, those who take time to grind out the rep with Venari will also gain access to additional items that will help them across Shadowlands, such as one of the legendary memories. There's the a thing for Torghast, and as we've already seen, there's the gem slot thing. So what can you do to get what? So at Apprehensive you can buy these things and it costs X, Y and Z. That's great. How do we go about getting the rep? This was meant to be a rep guide. It's in the title. Stygia is the currency used, sure. Primary way to get this currency is by doing content in the Maw, such as saving souls, completing dailies and slaying enemies such as rares and elites. The more time you spend the more time you spend in the Maw, the more time the player has to gather Stygia. However, be warned, dying within the Maw will cause players to lose half of the Stygia that they're currently holding on to. While this can be intimidating, there are two ways to get round losing all of your Stygia. Return to your corpse and loot your Stygia. Loot your corpse to get the Stygia back, or you can purchase a mysteriously thumping orb that turns itself into 250 Stygia, and then you can trade this back for 250 Stygia. But this is also bind on pickup. So even though Stygia is a currency, you can convert it into something that you can store in your bags, and so then won't lose it when you die. But it's still bind on pickup. Still going to be on a per character basis. Maybe in the future they will turn this into bind on account so that you can level up your alts quicker. Who knows? Note about corpse running. When you die in the Maw, you don't die like you do in other zones. Instead, you turn into a ghost and run back to your body. You're automatically resurrected at the graveyard. Okay, sure. The Eye of the Jailer. None of this is actually telling us how to... Ah, here we go. Gaining rep with Venari is all about maximising the time you spend in the Maw. While there is no set time limit, because of the Eye of the Jailer, you'll gradually find yourself being pushed out by the increasing difficulty of the zone. More lore items are green and blue items that have a chance to drop various enemies, including rares and elites. Players who acquire these items can turn them into Venari for 100 rep each, and there's a total of 22 lore items. Collecting the lore items awards the player with an achievement. Oh, okay. I've literally not found any of these items, so they're either not in the game anymore, or they're very rare. Put it that way. I don't think I've got any of those. I've not picked up anything that I would consider to be a lore item. I mean, I've not picked up anything. Okay, fine. What else? Rares. Rare spawns and other types of enemies that are denoted as skulls in the game on the minimap. Rares in the Maw can be difficult to solo and may require a group to defeat. There are a total of 21 rare spawns in the Maw, and killing each one awards you with 60 rep. I think I was only getting 40 rep though. I was only getting 40 rep for whatever it was I did there. Let me see if there's anything else on my list. 40 rep. So there's an example of that it probably was 60 when this article was wrote, and now it's only 40. But sure. Killing one rare awards the deadly serious achievement, and killing all of the rares gives you a bigger achievement, sure. Special encounters are one of two types of elite mobs marked on the map with a skull. There are 19 special encounters, and you, oh okay, I was completing a special encounter then. I wasn't killing a rare, because that's where I was gaining 40 written, you mean? Alright, written, wrote, whatever. Received 40 reputation, 1 per completing. Killing 5 special encounters gives you... I don't care about achievements. This is not an achievement guide. This is a reputation guide. Veneri will offer players 2 weekly quests that award 700 rep and 50 Stygia each. Or 1400 rep if you get sent into Perdition's Hold. I tell you what, this is going to take a long time. The way that it stands right now, you're not even going to, like, regardless of the way that it stands now, you are just not going to be able to get access to those gem boosting, gem slot things very quickly. Grinding rep out over here is going to be a daily event that you're going to want to do it in an organised group to do it efficiently, and even at that pace it's going to take you weeks of grinding to get your reputation with Venari up. That's crazy. Nobody wants to go to the Maw in the first place. Ouch. I'm genuinely not looking forward to this. Multi-boxer expansion confirmed. Well, yeah, imagine having to do this like multiple times on multiple characters. The reputation should be account bound. They at least should allow you to send the Stygia to other characters. Maybe not the reputation being account bound, but at least the Stygia should be, I don't know. Maybe I'm making it sound worse than it is. But, I mean, you guys have seen it firsthand. To quote Asmongold, it is what it is. Well, let's go hand in that quest and see if anything changes when we get back to the Maw. Because I still think that quest that we had was an intro quest still. Because there's, at least to my knowledge, there was a greater amount of things that should be able to be done out in the Maw. Oh, apparently I've not even unlocked Torghast on this character. This is what I mean. These pre-made characters are in a weird situation.
At least we will until certain mortals like this one proved able to return from it.
Well, if it was 60 a rare and there were daily, that's only about 2 weeks of doing just the rares. No, it's going to be worse than that, because you're not going to be able to kill every rare every day, because every time you kill a rare, the Jailer's Eye increases, and when the Jailer's Eye gets to rank 5, it basically one-shots you. So there's no way you're going to be able to kill all of the rares every day. It's time gating on top of time gating. it's oh dear. Now here we go. Now we've got a quest saying into the Maw. I feel there's more. I feel there should be extra things we could do out there. We've just not unlocked them on this character yet.
Lead on.
Earlier, yeah, that was it. There was plus all of the rares are going to very much be very much unlikely to be soloable. So now let's head back there with this quest and see if more stuff appears. Now the difficulty is that I've already got rank 3 of the jailer.
The High Lord described. How can anyone survive this place? We must
I know I'm being hunted. Stupid game.
darkness and despair.
Look for
Abandon hope. The place shown in my vision lies ahead. Come.
Okay, now we've got. I mean, this is arguably still part of the campaign, but there's logic to say that you may need to complete these campaign quests before everything unlocks. I for some reason don't have a pet either. Where's my pet gone? There he is. Let's keep this ticking along. I don't remember ever doing this quest chain before. But this could be something that's new.
This is my Mindow's handiwork, just as I dreamed.
Oh, I'm being hunted by this assassin. If everything wasn't difficult enough. The eye resets daily. Yeah, it resets when the world quests reset. So that's going to be a slightly different time for all of you. But yes, it resets daily.
How can anyone survive this place? This path of carnage should lead us to her.
Okay, this does appear to be some sort of starter quest. Which might be, was she hopping and skipping about like crazy right now, but I did this like 2 weeks ago, not sure how new that is. It may not be. I've not spent much time out here for a while. What am I supposed to be doing out here? Trail of corpses followed, okay. The trail goes this way. Oh god, I didn't mean to pull those. So what's this then? Here we go.
Mindow!
Is this the Night Fae campaign quest that leads you to Torghast? Possibly. That's actually quite likely.
My dreams brought me here.
But there's also the theory that it might unlock everything else that's available here. It's my hope, at least.
There is no leaving this place.
Sorry, gotta move, otherwise I'm gonna get spanked. There we go.
You will never find the Night Warrior.
Kill this dude quick enough. He wasn't too difficult.
Seeks to deceive our senses. Keep moving. I see another trail of bodies up ahead.
Can we get there without aggroing these? Yes, nice.
Such darkness and despair. We must not tarry here.
Follow the trail of corpses. I thought that's what I've been doing.
Along the bank. Let us hope the real
Yeah, this is actually starting to feel just like a Covenant campaign more than anything to actually do with the Maw. Although, hey, rich lithium deposit, I'll take it. 12 pieces of lithium ore. Nice. I would have some of you guys will know that we were playing on the server where there's no like cheat mode enabled on the beta, so everything's sort of you experience the natural end game progression, because all of these characters often feel a bit weird on the basis that they're pre-made characters and you've got like unlimited renown and all sorts of weird stuff to help you boost and help you test other aspects of the game that should theoretically be time gated off to you. The problem is that character is completely balked. I can't log on to that character without getting instantly disconnected. So it's a bit odd right now. I would like to be able to play this more in a natural flow, but even through trying I'm not able to right now. Can you push the eye all the way? Never seen this. Possibly. We'll have to see. I think by completing this quest chain I'm likely to push it a bit further. You have a stealth button, by the way, probably. I find it so difficult to actually concentrate properly on what I'm doing when I'm streaming at the same time. I think it's just lack of practice for streaming. This dude, for example, is probably one of the, not necessarily a rare, but this dude, if I was to kill him, he would probably give me 40 rep with Venari. Is the thought. What is he, 100k health? Though I'm taking damage just periodically by being here. Maybe I want to just, in fact, let's use that cipher thing. Where has it gone? Portal back, it'll be quicker.
Survive this place.
Enter Torghast to recover. Okay, yeah, you can tell this is actually the Night Fae campaign itself because it's got the little decorative bit on it. And sure, now we need to go into Torghast. Alright, well, guys, I think I'm going to leave it there for today's stream. I need to go get some food. I'm absolutely starving. What day is it? It's Friday, isn't it? That means we're unlikely to see another stream from me until Monday. I like to take the weekend off, be able to spend some time with the wife. If I don't, she gets annoyed for obvious reasons. Yeah, big shout out to everybody that's contributed either by just watching or we've had loads of comments on the YouTube videos recently. The content I've put out this week has been a little bit more thought-provoking and a bit more discussion based. So yeah, I appreciate your inputs and your thoughts on all the videos. We've had a whole bunch of new subscribers, a whole bunch of new members to the coffee club. It's been fantastic to see your guys' support, so thank you very much. I'm going to go get some food. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good weekend, and I'll see you guys on Monday. Peace.